never likes to.
I saw another, what are those called?
Oh my gosh,
saw
another
another-
paraglider?
They're
Yeah, the guy, I think they've been, that's,
all over.
I know, I think they're messing with me. They keep finding my house. Yeah, I know. He's just mocking me. He's flying over my house.
Taunting.
Taunting. It's rude. Yeah, I'm saying, if you're me, it's super rude.
Matt, we had to sign an Evergy bill, $700,000. So it's for the lift station.
For a quick trip.
So, well, if we could just have that on there, so that it's all clean. I mean,
An action item, right? Okay.
just, that way, they're gonna go get it. It's something we had to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that would be number 6. Number 18.
It would be 18.
Yeah. Yep. All right, guys, I want to thank you all for coming tonight. I just want to welcome you all to the regularly scheduled meeting of the governing body of the Spring Hill, Kansas on May 26th, 2022. We don't have a pastor available today, so I'll go ahead and say the invocation. If you guys would like to stand with me if you're able. Father God, I thank you for this day, God. I thank you for bringing us together as a community to try to make the best decisions for us overall as a community and for our citizens, God. Just give us wisdom and guidance as we go about doing that. In your name, amen. Please remain standing for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have Councilman Peel is joining us via online. Do we have him available? Mr. Peel, are you there?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. All right. With that, Madam Clerk, can you please take the roll?
Mrs. Roth?
Here?
Mr. Peel?
Here.
Mr. Young?
Here.
Mrs. North?
Here.
Mr. Van Houten?
Here.
Mayor, we have a quorum present.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to the approval of the agenda items, and we do have a couple changes. We would like to add on an executive session number 4, non-elected personnel exemption. And then also, we would like to change the location of discussion items and place it on the agenda prior to announcements and reports. Oh, and then also we're going to add, that's on the formal action.
Oh, okay. It's still a part of the agenda, isn't it?
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
We also do have,
Oh.
we do have another item we're gonna add on to the formal council action. We're gonna add on, it would be number 18, and that would be an amounts to an Evergy invoice. So we got those 3 things. Nice.
Mr. Mayor, I got a request also.
Yes, sir.
I would like to remove number 3 from the consent and put it on formal action so that I can abstain from it.
Okay. Should be able to do that. So we'll put that one as number 19. All right, any other requested changes? If not, I entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Glenda, did you catch all those? Okay.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0-0. Next, we'll move on to citizen participation period. And with that, if you guys could step up to the podium and speak clearly in the microphone and state your name and your address. And also just want to remind everybody that we did pass a new speaker protocol, and that is if you got a little packet coming in the door, it is on the back of that. So if we could just try to hold everyone to 5 minutes of speaking time, and then if you do have a spokesperson that's speaking on what topic, then they could have 10 minutes. Just want to try to hold it to that way to give everybody a chance to speak and honor everybody's time as well. And with that, the first person on the list is Mr. John Rowe.
I had mine all ready there for
Oh, perfect.
you. Try and stay in that
Awesome.
time.
That way you don't have to deal with it, so we'll just,
Okay,
whenever yours starts, so just continue.
okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is John Rowe. I'm an attorney with the Rowe Law Firm, and my address is 4444 North Bellevue Avenue, Kansas City. I represent John and Christine Ripine. They own 26 acres at 20477 South Ridgeview Road, which is east of the land that is the subject of two of the rezoning cases on your agenda tonight. And while the Ripines would have preferred to work with the city and the developer to try and resolve issues they see with those two applications, to their knowledge, there was no public engagement process by the applicant in which the applicant reached out to the neighbors in the community and had a meeting with them to discuss the project and potential resolution of issues before it got to this point. And so the way the process is set up now, they're here in opposition tonight to case numbers PZD 16 and PZD 17. And they're asking that you respectfully deny those two applications. I would also note that there is a valid legal protest in place on each of those two cases, and that's no small feat given the rural nature of the area where the property is located, and it should indicate the high level of opposition and interest to those cases by the neighborhood. And I'd also point out that this particular project by Clayton has 3 rezoning requests out on your agenda, and we've not taken any position on the rezoning to the standard R1 on that property. So I think that should go to show you that the Ripines, we're not anti-growth, we're not anti-development, but there are issues with the plan district, and I'd like to use the remainder of my time to talk about that a little bit. Frankly, you have a number of criteria in your ordinance in which to evaluate these rezoning cases, but time doesn't permit me to talk about every single one of those criteria. But I'd like to start out by talking about the very first criteria on the list, and that is whether the applications are consistent with purposes of this regulation and intent of the proposed district. So the proposed district is a planned district. So you've got an RR to RP1 and an RR to RP2. Those are the two rezonings that would be along the west side of Ridgeview at the northwest corner of 207th and Ridgeview. So in order to evaluate whether it's consistent with the intent of that district, we have to look at the planned district ordinance. And so 17.332B of your code says planned districts are expected, it's a word in your ordinance, not mine, are expected to be consistent with the comprehensive plan recommendations, including the planning principles and design guidelines. And these applications are not consistent with that. Page 34 of your comp plan says, and I'm quoting from page 34, transitioning of urban residential development adjacent to rural large lot properties requires additional sensitivity in development design. When planning and designing a neighborhood with urban-sized lots adjacent to large rural areas, conflicts should be minimized through development layout, lot sizes, density, landscaping, and other appropriate design elements. Existing and natural features should be preserved, and incorporated as transitional buffers whenever possible. These two rezonings, the RP1 and the RP2, do not minimize conflicts. Development layout is common. Lot sizes are too small, and density is incompatible, and no design elements are incorporated to minimize conflicts, like landscape berms or transition buffers. I've got about 1 minute left, and so I'm going to talk a little bit about transition buffers, again, from your own ordinance. Section 17-360I is titled Transition Buffer Impact Screens Between Urban Residential Subdivisions and Unincorporated Large Lot Parcels, like the Rapines. They've got 26 acres, and the developer is asking for rezoning so they can put lots that are 40, 45 feet wide on opposite that, with no transition buffer in between. Your ordinance says lots, the following: buffer impact screens shall be provided by residential developments adjacent to unincorporated large lot parcels of 1 to 5 acres. 1, the lot area for lots adjacent to existing large lot parcels shall be a minimum of 14,200 square feet. You don't have any lots of 14,200 square feet acting as a transition buffer as required by your ordinance. And so I guess what I'd end with is you don't have the preliminary plat that this developer is proposing in conjunction with this rezoning before you tonight. And if you did, you would see all of these small lots along the west side of Ridgeview. So with that, I would end by saying the criteria militate against approving these two ordinances tonight, and we'd ask you to deny them, or at least in lieu of that, table this thing until you get an update to your comprehensive plan, or have an ability to do some of your own research, or send it back to the Planning Commission. This is a big decision. Should take a little bit more time with it. No hurry tonight. Thank you very much. I know I'm a little bit over.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, next we have on the list is John Repine.
Okay. Stop. Sorry. This is all new. Okay, you can start. And I'll start.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm John Repine. I live at 14520 West 155th Terrace, Olathe, Kansas 66062. I own the 26-acre parcel on Ridgeview. The address there is 20477. The reason I'm here this evening is to try to come up with some type of solution so that we have a better transition from this dense proposed plat and our property. One of the concerns that we have is by having these smaller lots just to the west of my property is going to have an adverse impact on my property value and the property value of everyone around us. So what we're asking for, what we'd like to see, is some possibility of a change, moving the low density or high density housing to the center of the plat, and then putting the RP with the wider lots on the west end. I think at a minimum, this would help the transition, and those lots would be, I think, more in sync with what we currently have across the street. Additionally, I'm concerned about safety. I've not seen anything in writing that proposes how to deal with traffic. If you look at the exits from the subdivisions onto Ridgeview, there's no additional left turn lanes. There's no widening of the road being proposed. There's a conflict because the city owns one half of the road and the county owns the other half of the road. As we all know, sometimes governments, don't interact as well as they should. So I think based on your traffic analysis, there was anticipated to be upwards of 4,400 additional car uses on Ridgeview daily. I think that needs to be addressed. In closing, I would ask, rather than to vote approval on the RP1 and the RP2 proposals, that those be tabled send this back to the planning commission, and if you have to, wait until you revise the comprehensive plan. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Christine Rapine.
Go ahead.
I'm asking if my son-in-law can
Sure.
speak
Yeah,
for me.
okay, Mike.
All right.
I'm Mike Enable. I live in Paola, Kansas, 18750 West 248th Street, Paola, Kansas. Speaking on behalf of Christine Repine at the property of 20477 South Ridgeview Drive. Our property is 26 acres in size, and it's across the property subject to rezoning to RP1 and RP2 in cases PZD 00016-2022 and 17-2022 on your agenda tonight. I'm here tonight because I care about our community and my neighborhood. I'm here opposing this RP1 and RP2 rezoning because I think we can do better than what's proposed. Your unified zoning order has a list of criteria to evaluate in deciding whether they're rezoning this property. I'd like to focus on a couple of those criteria to show why these applications should be denied. Characteristics of the neighborhood. This rezoning of RP1 and RP2 is not in keeping with character of the neighborhood. This criteria is not met. Character of the neighborhood means how does it look and feel? This neighborhood to the north and east looks open and rural, and it feels very spread out. This application does not fit the character of the neighborhood. This rezoning would allow a dense development to be dropped in this open and rural area without any transition areas between the urban density project and the rural large lot parcels. This zoning change would not be compatible with this neighborhood's character. 45-foot lots along Ridgeview is not compatible with the existing character of the neighborhood along Ridgeview. The RP2 is inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood. Detrimental effects on nearby parcels. I believe there will be a detrimental effect on my property and other nearby parcels if this rezoning is approved in terms of negative impact on property value. There are provisions in the zoning code and in the comprehensive plan regarding transition of urban residential development that is adjacent to rural lot large parcels. That transition is important to maintaining and preserving property values. This planned district rezonings would allow the applicants to bypass those protections because planned districts permit deviates from normal development techniques. When I look at your property development standards, the planned residential zoning districts, I see a minimum lot size for single-family RP1 of 5,500 square feet. You aren't getting that minimum lot size even after the Planning Commission recommends that lots be a minimum of 45 feet wide at the build line instead of 40 feet at that applicant proposed. You aren't getting the 2-acre minimum transition buffer that RR would provide. You aren't getting the 14,200 square foot minimum that your transition buffer ordinance requires. Those same property development standards for planned residential zoning districts say the minimum lot width is 50 feet. Why is this applicant coming in with 40-foot wide lots? And the Planning Commission recommending 45 wide minimums when the ordinance clearly says 50 feet. The applicant will probably say that cluster developments may vary with lots widths, but this isn't a cluster development. Adequacy of current facilities. The point I'd like to make here is that traffic studies show that this project will generate over 4,000 trips every day when built out. Ridgeview will take the brunt of those trips as 2 of the 3 access points to this project connect to Ridgeview. Ridgeview is half city and half county. There will be more traffic on Ridgeview, which is 2 lanes and about 22 feet of pavement, and there is no clear plan for how the street network will be improved. I don't think the rezonings are consistent with the purposes of planned districts. I don't think comprehensive plan requirements of transition buffers have been met by these rezonings. Conditions in this neighborhood haven't changed to warrant small lot or duplex zonings, and certainly not without transition buffers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have on the list is Kat Knable.
Thank you. Hi. Hi, guys.
Hey,
Brian, can you hear me? Brian?
Yes, I can.
Hi. Okay.
Hello.
I don't want to jump around, so I did write some stuff down instead of just talking to you guys candidly, because we all know that I get sidetracked easily. Okay, I'm Kat Knable. I'm here via our family property, 20477 South Ridgeview Road. I grew up there. I love it. I'm invested in this community, as I think a lot of you guys know. I am also here to speak in opposition to the rezoning of the parcel on 207th and Ridgeview Road. I want to start with being very clear on what my intentions are. This is not the first, and it will not be the last of proposed rezoning of large rural lots in this immediate area. I am not asking you to vote for no growth. That would be unrealistic, unreasonable, and would not benefit the community of Spring Hill as a whole. I am asking you to take a step back and look through the pros and cons of what is on the table for approval this evening. We need your strong leadership to decide what direction we want to intentionally grow our community to maintain and increase the desirability of living in Spring Hill. Chapter 1, Introduction of our Comprehensive Plan states the Spring Hill Statement of Image and Identity. It says, tastefully and uniquely blend the new and the old. Create logical and well-balanced commercial and residential developments. Maintain a colorful and natural appearance, and responsibly use or preserve the city's natural resources and environment. Page 34 of the Comprehensive Plan also states, transitioning of urban residential development adjacent to rural large lot properties requires additional sensitivity in development design. When planning and designing a neighborhood with urban-sized lots adjacent to large lot rural areas, conflicts should be minimized through development layout, lot sizes, density, landscaping, and other appropriate design elements. Existing and natural features should be preserved and incorporated as transitional buffers whenever possible. Planned zoning should be used for sensitive areas where their transition design elements are most essential to ensure compatibility. Your zoning code has a list of criteria to be applied in determining if these rezonings should be approved. I think if you really look into those criteria and really dig into your own zoning ordinance, you will see that those criteria go against approval of these rezoning requests. I would urge you to vote no on at least rezoning the RP1 and the rezoning of the RP2. In terms of zoning of nearby parcels, the requested RP1 and RP2 zoning is inconsistent and incompatible with the adjacent properties. I feel that the dense saturation where they are being proposed for will negatively impact the surrounding, already established rural lot properties and increase safety risk for all the surrounding community that travels on Ridgeview Road, including I have a high schooler, and I do get a little bit concerned when we start talking about the infrastructure and the lack thereof plan for the improvements there. I think we need to look at the plat as a whole. I know that is not up this evening for you guys to vote on, but I do think that it is important to look at the plat as a whole, which is necessary in considering where the rezoning of each parcel would best be suited in that parcel. And go back to the drawing board. How can Clayton Properties, Summit Homes work with us to develop this beautiful parcel in a way that makes the most sense and smoothly transitions the old with the new? If you send this back to planning, maybe we can ask for some reasonable concessions to be made to make this more compatible to the existing developed area. A few examples I think that we could put up to talk about are looking at putting higher density zoning closer to the proposed parkland instead of adjacent to the established rural homes and lots. It might be utilized a little bit more if some of these children could access the park without having to go through all the rest of the neighborhood. Transitional berms and landscaping could be required to be included in the development for each rezoning on the frontage roads, and that could serve as a buffer. I know that we on 199th Street, is it Boulder Springs, I believe? They've got beautiful landscaping, and you don't really even notice some of the higher density unless you're intentionally seeking out to go look for it. Looking at pushing the homes off the road a little bit and increasing the minimum lot size to even a 50-55 at the build line to help minimize some of the large deviations that have been made without proving any equal or higher quality of development is being produced by the RP1 proposal. I think that there's a lot of things that I think that we can go back to the drawing board and look at, and then we can require it of the planning commission to look more in-depthly and come back with a proposal that is gonna be a better solution for everybody. I do not think that what we're asking you to consider is unreasonable. There is a large parcel directly to the south. There's a large parcel to the east of our property. I'm almost done, I promise. There is another large parcel directly to the east of our property that will both be coming up for rezoning and development in the near future. I think how you decide to rezone this parcel will have a large impact on guiding the growth of the surrounding future developments. It has been said many times publicly that this year the city council will be updating the 12-year out-of-date comprehensive plan. Let's do that. Let's work together on a vision of where the community is heading before rushing to make a decision that impacts us all as a whole. If this proposed rezoning and development is where you collectively decide to take the new comp plan and future vision for the community, then put it back on the table after the new comp plan has been hammered out. Let's work together to figure out how to make this proposal fit the area in the most cohesive and safe way for the surrounding community, future developments, and infrastructure needs that are desperately required to be tackled prior to phasing in this extensive amount of saturated density. We want to work together with future developers to achieve positive and intentional growth to find a happy medium. I think that we all have invested interest in wanting to plan for the future, not the right now. I believe we need to do everything we can to continue to improve this town for the long run in the hopes that what we decide to build now is compatible with the sought-after community many families have already invested in and chose to move or build intentionally here for. If you vote to pass these rezoning proposals tonight, without doing more research on the positive and negative impacts the specific location will impose on our town for many reasons, I will be very surprised. I respect each one of you and know that you care about this community like I do, or you would not be here today. I am asking you to look beyond today. How can we grow this community in a way that makes sense for currently existing and potential residents of Spring Hill? I love this community. My heart is here. It always will be. Please listen to the residents that are speaking out because they will be affected by the decisions that are made this evening. So many citizens feel like their voice does not matter. It should. You represent them. Let them know that their opinions matter to you because I know that they do. It was said on 3 different occasions at the Planning Commission meeting on May 5th that the staff had not heard from any of the adjacent neighbors except for one. I do want to go on record and say that the adjacent neighbors submitted a protest petitions against all 3 of the rezoning proposals that were all deemed to be valid as of yesterday. We do want to be considered and we do want to be heard. Please refer to the email that my dad sent to you earlier from his attorney if you have any questions for staff this evening or the applicant during your business meeting. I hope it is a helpful tool that can be used when you guys are considering all the options this evening so that you can ask them the questions and get the answers that you guys deserve before making a decision. Thank you for letting me go over. I'm sorry.
Thank you. All right, next we have Mr. Alan Knable.
I promise I won't talk that fast.
I think she took about a minute of your time. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Al Knable, property owner at 20301 West 207th, Spring Hill. My questions to the council is really why high density has become so important at this stage of Spring Hill's growth. If you look to the north of 199th Street, I think the entire community can be proud of what's gone on that on to the north of the schools. And why all of a sudden, as we get closer to Spring Hill, high density becomes more important. I understand Spring Hill is going to grow, and that's a great thing for every one of us. And the councils, present and past, have done a wonderful job to this point, controlling this growth that I think everybody in the community has been waiting for the last 25 years. We knew it was coming, and now it's coming fast and furious. I don't think I need a traffic study to decide that if you put 1,000 homes on that parcel, that you're going to have a traffic problem. I think we can all look at the problems the city currently has, whether it's 223rd Street and Webster, trying to figure out what's going to go on there with a roundabout, working with the county and the challenges that happens there. We all know how long it took to get a stoplight at 169 in Webster. How many people had to be killed at that intersection before we finally got to state to work with the county, to work with the city to get that done. You know, we look at all the things that we have done positive And I am all for growth, and Summit Homes is a wonderful builder. They do great things, and they will do things that will make the community proud. But I think that the council, I would love to see them reconsider the density part of that, the lot size. I think it would be good for the total value of the community long-term. I think it will take some pressure off of the schools in ways that they're already feeling now. If you talk to some of the teachers off the record, they've seen that our rating has dropped substantially in the past 5 years, from being third in the state to 39th. That's from pressure from what's going on with all this growth. You add to that, it's only gonna get worse from them. And like I said, when you ask them off the record, they say, I can't comment. Okay, what do you think? I get the thumbs down. They know more than any of us what's going on in the schools. So I guess when you look at the traffic count that we all know is gonna be there, whether it's a certified count by the state or whoever does those things, it's gonna be a mess. And we all know that 207th Street coming a roundabout, dead ending basically into the railroad tracks isn't a good plan. And this traffic's gotta go somewhere. And I think, if the infrastructure was a better plan moving forward before all this is signed, sealed, and delivered, I think it'd make everybody feel better about how this is gonna look, for the community, both short-term and long-term. Other than that, Kat, I didn't use up all the time, so thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Larry North.
Good evening, everyone. I live at 20591 Ridgeview, just right to the east of the proposed development. I think I just want to support everything that's been said so far. I mean, I feel strongly along those same points, and that's basically it. So I'd like you to kind of review this and really give it some hard thought, and don't act quickly on it, and really think about it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Julie Meter or Randy Meter.
Well, we're not as polished as all those people back there, but we got some stuff to say too. I think one of the main things about the proposed plan that I'd like to see enhanced or revised would be to see some additional landscaping buffer and between the road and the proposed housing. If nothing else can change, that I think will make a huge difference if nothing else can be changed. And then just some additional numbers that I was looking up. Based on the current population of Spring Hill, the current proposal will add between 9 to 11% of the population of Spring Hill just in this proposed plan, right in that location. And then when you add the plat that was approved further on west at 19380 West 207th, between those two plans, that is going to increase the Spring Hill population between 16 and 18%. Just right there on 207th Street, between those two subdivisions. That's an enormous amount of traffic on that road between Ridgeview and 207th Street. And this isn't even taking into consideration the other rezoning proposals that will be coming further on down the road across the street. I know there's some other proposals that will be coming on down the road. One of the other things that was brought up was there are at least 9 other current subdivisions that are unfinished in Spring Hill, And I know that affordable housing is a current issue, not just in Spring Hill, but everywhere in America. And there are already 4 new affordable housing subdivisions that have either not started or are in process, offering hundreds of new units for new homes and townhouses. And so I guess that's one of the comments that was brought up by somebody else is, why do we need additional units or hundreds of additional units, which is what's being proposed for this subdivision. And so that's one of the, the petition to kind of bring back to the drawing board as far as looking at that portion of this proposal. And some of those subdivisions are the Crossing, the Ridge, and then the just recently approved the Woodland Crossing South, which I couldn't get how many units were approved. It was either 367 units or 237 homes. One of those two, I couldn't get exactly what was finally approved on that. But again, something else that was brought up was the traffic. For right now, I know that there are some improvements that are slated for 2024 under cars. But currently on 207th, which is my main concern, I know Ridgeview is a concern, but as far as 207th, there are several places where I have to come to almost a complete stop. Otherwise, my vehicle will go flying because the road is in such disrepair. So it'd be nice if we could get something slated to get the road repaired before 2024 in those problem areas. I don't know if that's something that we have to submit a proposal for or how we get that done, but if we're gonna have, all of these working vehicles and stuff like that coming in and out and the increased traffic on that road, it'd be nice if we could get a couple of, repairs to the current road condition. Not a full repavement or anything like that, but there are some really bad spots on that road that it'd be nice if we could get some updates to that road. And I can't believe I've already been 5 minutes. So it's your turn. You read the rest.
You can just use my 5 minutes.
Okay, so, I just have a couple of more points.
Sir,
Oh,
she can't cede, or you can't cede her time to her, so if you would like to read it, you can be on there,
Here,
but
you
she,
can read it.
unfortunately, she can't.
So I've just
cede
got that
time to
left.
her.
I know the developers will have to comply with the city codes, but I would like to address the impact that this development is going to have to the drainage and the current infrastructure of the sewage and drain in this area.
I don't know.
They,
I was typing too fast.
they will have to comply with city codes. Is it going to cover the homeowners that face potential flooding by backups of the current infrastructure that is in place?
Which is no infrastructure, basically.
So the property will need to be developed, yes, but the drainage of the property and surrounding areas will need to be addressed. The runoff into the creek and the current drainage pattern is not adequate to support other subdivisions.
And that's to the east of that subdivision, proposed subdivision.
And we live right by the creek that comes down there, next to, our neighbors live right by it. And when they bought the place, they spent thousands of dollars doing work to that, making it wider and stuff, because they knew they had flooding problems. And they had solved it a lot better than what it was. But it still is bad. When we got this last rainfall, the water was coming so bad, it was basically filled up
The culvert.
the
that goes
culverts
in
and
the-
stuff. And water had came up into their yard even still, after all the thousands of dollars he had spent, just because everything gets pushed down through that creek. Something needs to be improved with that creek. It needs to be dug out or something. The county needs to do something with it, because all the water is gonna be running off going down through there, so it's gonna make it a lot worse.
Anyhow, you got finishing that.
Please consider sending this back to the developers for revision of the landscape and the buffer between the homes and roads. Also consider the provision to ensure that these units are individually owned and not rentals or owned by corporations. This language can be written into the homeowners association language. And the other thing that I wanted to let you know is that the Woodland Crossing that's just already going has the affordable homes, and they've already got the lot permits and stuff from the city. It's also offering 100% finance with zero down.
That's the,
Woodland Crossing.
the
Oh,
crossings.
the crossing,
That's the one at 191st and Wood.
the one that's at 191st, that already has the permits for building.
And that's 248 homes and 202 townhomes.
And they're financing it, the company's financing it with 0 percentage down. So you ain't gonna get a better affordable housing than there. And that's a lot of affordable housing that's going up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you,
time.
guys.
Appreciate it.
What's your address?
I'm sorry, 17840 West 207th Street.
I'm sorry.
17840 West 207th Street.
Thank you.
207th Street.
We had one other person that started to put their name down, but only put one letter, so I'm not sure if somebody meant to put their name down and maybe back up. So if there's anyone else that would like to step up and state your name and talk about this, we welcome your comments or your time.
I've been too quiet too long.
It's yours.
Bill Peterman, 19431 West 200th Street. I just wanted to bring up a lot of these multifamily homes. You see a lot of those close to the major highways and main roads when you go through Olathe and Overland Park. Most of the, we're trying to tuck multiple family dwellings behind where they don't need to be. That's what's gonna cause the problem with a lot of the traffic, I think. And when they talked about traffic with the city and the county getting together to fix the roads, let's look back at Woodland between 191st and 199th. Has anybody rode on that road lately? They fixed that, and it lasted about 6-7 months. Mr. Hendershot and Mr. Miller sold us on a bill of goods that was double chip and seal. It's gonna be twice as good, and it lasts 6 to 7 months. So, as a citizen that pays taxes, I hate to be paying my taxes to something that's not being done right, or not having to do it 2 or 3 times, so. And the other thing I do remember is, I've been coming here for a long time, before any of you people have been coming here. I sat and I remember back, that's the bad thing, I remember Pearl Harbor and I wasn't even born yet, so. I remember when Mr. Hendershot and Mr. Ellis explained to me that when they build these complexes or whatever into the city, they go from RR to R1 to RP1 to RP2 to RP4 to RP6. They stair step it. They don't like to put RP6 next to RP1. And I think we've done that already with this last development that we voted on. So, I think we need to look at how we're doing this so that we're not having somebody build a nice $500,000 home and putting a $25 tent up next to it. So the other thing is the chicken deal. I don't know why that's even come about. Your chickens, they come every year. You guys talk about, well, you guys don't, but they have in the past. They talk about chickens. Good luck with that. It doesn't pertain to me, and it doesn't pertain most of you, because the chickens will be in town, because most of us live in subdivisions that have bylaws that won't allow that. So I hate to see the people in town get jerked around with something like that. So that's my opinion. But, and the last thing is, the last time I was here and talked about something, I talked about the $1 million we had extra. If we could put some of that on the bill, on what we owe, take care of some of the debt. And I understand that the next meeting after we talked about that, you guys decided to work on some streets with that money. And I hope that's just being worked on with streets, and we're not changing a bunch of laws where we're spending a bunch of lawyer money on rewriting rules that were already written in the state and the county. I hate to see us, I don't know what it costs to rewrite a rule or a law, but the breastfeeding, I don't think we changed it any different than what the state or the county has. And I know we probably spent a couple $1,000s on that. I hate to see that. There again, my money's going down the drain. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we got Mr. Brad, sir. Sorry, Brad, I skipped you there. You did. It was my bad. I thought I saw your name too, and then just skipped right over it.
You can go ahead and start. And I'll
Oh, okay. So I'm going to change the subject a little bit away from that to a few weeks ago I submitted to the council the speed or the traffic on 207th Street. So I just wanted to say thank you to you guys and the police for giving those citations out and helping address that situation. I'm hoping it's going to be more of an iterative approach. It's going to take a few more times to hopefully get that under control. So I was hoping they can continue to do that for a few more weeks, and specifically during the times of 4:30 to maybe 6 when people are coming home. I got to say they're probably going 60 or 70 by my house on 207th Street, and since I have a kid now, I look at that a little bit differently. So never really paid much attention to it before. So hopefully you guys can help convey that on to the police chief and help get that addressed. So that was item number one. Item number two, I'll focus this, and Mr. Burton, I hope when you discuss the rezoning later for the RP2, can you, in all the density, can you provide or pull up on the big screen the CARS funding and show the letter that you have showing that the city's approved for the funding and how much that funding is for? And also, can you pull up any bids that the city's had to increase Ridgeview, the size of it, Woodland, 207th Street, and what were those costs compared to what the CARS program is going to fund? What I worry about is all the residents that are here fighting against the rezoning are going to have to be then paying more taxes with the benefit district because the CARS funding is not going to provide enough money to the city. So, meaning opposing all this, I'm going to have to suffer by paying more taxes with the benefit district. And I believe when we rezoned, you said you had information for 2024, the CARS funding, you had that information, so it should be pretty easy to pull up tonight and prove to the city and show just a little bit of transparency that you have that information. We'd like to see it tonight. Okay, if you could do that for us, that'd be great. The third and final thing is the R2 doesn't seem to make much sense for tonight. Currently on Woodland and 207th, it's zoned for R2. There's nothing built there right now. Then you are just putting up townhomes right across from my house. Then you're proposing R2 just another mile down. So we're going to have R2, townhomes, and R2 all within a 1 mile stretch. Do we really think we need that much density in that short of mileage? So I was hoping you could speak to that a little bit and help us understand why or if there's something we don't know of why you need that much density with another R2 rezoning. So that's it. Oh, please nominate Dan Hockman as the chicken inspector for City of Spring Hill. I'd like to nominate his name. All right, thank you guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Yeah, I didn't get set up on the sheet. Do you mind if I come up?
Yeah, come on, just say your name and your address and,
Yep.
yeah.
I think it's important that I talk on that, 20274 South Ridgeview Road, so I'm just on the other side of that hedgerow from the property.
What was
Name's
your
Jeff
name again?
Briggs.
Jeff Briggs?
Yeah, like Briggs and Stratton, yep. And I just wanted to say that for me, I'm a little bit of an old soul. So I moved out here, to come to the 10-acre property and raise my kids there, and then obviously, you know, just a couple months later, I was not expecting the neighborhood to come that quick. Now, I knew it was coming. I'm not naive of the growth there on the corner. But I think the biggest concern that you're hearing from everybody and the neighbors that I've met along Ridgeview the last 6 months that we've been out there is the density of the neighborhood. And, you know, I pull out of that driveway every morning onto Ridgeview. I've got kids that'll be driving soon. So for me, I would just like a little bit of information, one, on the transitions from my property to the proposed neighborhoods, but also what would it look like when Ridgeview gets expanded, knowing that my property is gonna probably be at risk when Ridgeview expands, because on the other side's where the power line is. On my side, there's not. So I imagine most of that's gonna have to come from me when that expands at the time. So I'd like to know a little bit more about that before the project got approved, and that's pretty much my only statement on that, so, all right?
All right,
All right.
thank you, sir.
Yep, thank you all. Yep.
Anyone else?
74 South Ridgeview Road.
Roy Riffle, 20024 Barker Street. Man, I got extra time. Yeah. First off, I don't know if I should support or say I'm opposed to the development, because I feel a lot of times when I'm up here, you guys do opposite of what I ask, and I feel most of the time, I feel a lot of you don't respect me. So maybe I'll go out on a limb here and just say that I'm 100% in disagreement with all these people, and you shouldn't do what they say, and maybe that'll get their way. But lastly, I find it really odd that we're at a 2-month mark without phones at City Hall. And I am amazed that there hasn't been an agenda yet that has an RFP, has a proposal, or what have you to get phones at City Hall. Earlier this week or last week, I had something that was hard to explain in an email. And so I had to drive to City Hall in the middle of my workday to meet with city staff on that. And it made me think about someone like Bill Peterman, who was up earlier. There's some things that I've done with him in our neighborhood on our HOA, and I'll tell Bill, I'll text you or email you, and he laughs at me and says he doesn't know what that means, and he just needs to, I just need to pick up the phone. And it made me think of the elderly people or those that aren't used to technology or don't have access to technology. And our city's answer is to email them or send a message on Facebook. And so I just would really like to hear a discussion from you all as to where we're at with getting phones at City Hall and how we can get that quickly resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hey, thanks. My name's Christopher Peer. Address is 13703 West Pembroke in Leawood.
How do you spell your last name?
P-E-E-R, like peer pressure. No pun intended. My wife Holly Savage and I just bought a piece of land, of course, on Ridgeview, and it's just a couple blocks up. The address is approximately 20301, although I think someone else used that address, so we haven't actually had an address assigned, but that's an approximation. I met with some of the neighbors and was shown a copy of the plan for the zoning and the size and shape of the lots and the location. And I thought, well, this is absurd. Nobody would think that's a good idea. And interestingly, there have been 10 people before me that pointed out all the specific reasons why it's such a bad idea and specific ways that it could be improved and made to blend in. And they put into words the transition zones, the berms, the landscaping. And the thought that I had when I spoke with one of the first neighbors was that, well, this is interesting. It's a nice piece of property and they're gonna put, I don't know how many hundreds of homes. And that's kind of neat. And someone's gonna make a ton of money off that. Like, that's like really, that's neat. Except all of the economic externalities are negative for the neighbors. So if you look at what's happening in a community, some people are benefiting and some people are paying the price. And so I'm here saying, it doesn't seem right to me that all the neighbors are gonna suffer and pay the price and take the property hits and pay for the schools and have their kids, you know, in classes of 40. So I think if you're doing that, and again, we're brand new, when did we close? A year ago. So this is our first council meeting, and I'm like, well, this is kind of neat, you know, citizenship in action. But my thought was, there's a lot that goes on there, and obviously a lot of people have put a lot of thought into this, and so I will lend my support to the people that say, you shouldn't have all the negative externalities rest on the neighbor's shoulders and the developer make a boatload of money on this. But everyone is in favor of expansion and growth and all that sort of thing. So it seems like a lot of people's heads are in the right spot, and I would encourage you to listen to my predecessors at the stand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? You made it this time.
Hi, I'm Rhonda Williams. I live on 20595 South Ridgeview Road. And I know you've heard a lot of reasons why we would like for you to vote no for tonight to look it over. So I won't take much more of your time. I just wanted to, I guess, put my name out here and say that I agree with a lot of stuff that's already been said and wish you would consider.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'm running out of spots to write names.
Joe said I could have 20 minutes. No, Charles Morse, 18460 South Ridgeview Road. I'd like to tie together two seemingly unrelated topics tonight. I'd like to connect chickens and rezoning. And what I mean by that is I think one of the reasons our city wants to pass an ordinance that allows residents to have chickens is because it is in keeping with our small town rural character and our embrace of kind of our ag history and the surrounding areas. When we put incredibly dense urban type development next to established rural residential properties, it's counter to that. It kind of wrecks that small town rural feel. And if I read the ordinance right, I think to have chickens, you have to have a 1/4 acre lot. So one interesting standard for you to consider is, why would we put lots or zoning next to established residential rural properties that don't even qualify to have chickens because they're so small? Whereas obviously the rural residents who live adjacent to these new developments live there because of their embrace of a rural lifestyle. And a lot of them have animals and like that. So at a minimum, put neighborhoods that can have chickens next to those of us that are in, established rural areas. And then the final connection between the two is, don't allow houses which look like chicken coops to go in. So, and one of the things that I've seen is that, I'm not trying to be unkind, but not all RP1 and RP2 are equal. So a good example of RP1 is Brookwood Farms, and I think that there are some poor examples, including some of the elevations that are drawn or included in tonight's packet. But so just because it's RP1 and we use the argument that gives us more control over what things look like, they're not all equal, and the lot sizes and the square footages and things are not always all equal. So, Brookwood Farms is a good example of RP1. Dang it, I'm drawing a blank. The one next to the elementary school is another good example. But I think what's being...
Dayton Creek?
No, not Dayton, on Ridgeview.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, all of those.
We got a lot of... So
So I think it's important, and as you guys know, I think in the comprehensive plan and in the guiding principles, you know, it does explicitly call out that where urban, you know, especially dense urban, new development comes up against established rural residential properties, that special consideration needs to be given. I was late, so I didn't hear all the other comments, but I think it sounded like some of the folks might have talked about that. So that's all I had to say, but chickens and rezoning, let's let the chickens roam. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Tatenda Mugwagwa. My address is 21297 West 219th Street, Spring Hill, Kansas. And I wasn't going to say something until that man said what he said about how there are some houses that actually look like chicken coops, because those houses in House Spring Hill built, and those people that build houses that look like coops actually allowed persons like myself to access Spring Hill and live here and enjoy it. So I love that, and it's so that we can all be together. So yes, I cannot afford a quarter of the acre to be here in Spring Hill, but I love the feel of Spring Hill. I love the country feel of Spring Hill, but I don't make 400K. I make so little, but I want to be in this community. So I feel like Spring Hill needs to know that we are growing, and we need to adapt to that in all levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, we'll go ahead and close the citizen participation period at this time. Next, we'll move on to the consent agenda, and I move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Are you asking for a motion?
Yes.
I move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Is your mic on?
I move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
carries 5-0-0. Next, we'll move on to formal council action. First item on the agenda is consider approval of appropriation order number 2022-05-26. And there's no presentation of that. That's relatively straightforward on that appropriation order. Is there any questions or discussion about that?
Is there anything, I was gonna say, is there anything Ms. Armstrong wants to bring up, or is it pretty straightforward?
It is pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I didn't see anything, but. Okay.
If not, I entertain a motion.
I move to approve appropriation order number 2022-05-26.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
This is
Aye.
a roll call, I believe.
Aye.
This one has to be a roll call, is that correct?
With that, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Mrs. North,
Yes.
Mr. Van Houten,
Yes.
Mrs. Roth,
Yes, with the exception that I abstain from any invoices pertaining to J&T Auto Service.
Mr. Peel,
Say that again. Is it me? Aye.
thank you.
It
Mo-
glitched. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Motion carries 5-0-0 with the abstention stated by Mrs. Roth.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is to consider the approval of ordinance number 2022-09, code enforcement provisions to Spring Hill Municipal Code. And Mr. Burton, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good
Hey,
evening.
Pat, before you
Yes.
talk about that one, could you just briefly, because it's an important thing, I think, especially to the citizens, just briefly discuss the phone situation and where we're at right now?
Oh,
currently?
sure. We do have working phones.
Yes.
And
we have had for several weeks now.
Yeah, we have had for several weeks we're using a,
Ring Central.
Ring Central type, well, it is Ring Central actually, system that, runs through our computers. So there was no hardware to buy except and actually, I don't think we've even purchased any headsets yet. We had enough headsets to test it. So the testing is still going on. We are answering calls. There's a few areas that they're still being worked on, some of the logistics, like down at the police department where several of them share a phone and they're used to a physical phone sitting there, and we're trying to work out those bugs on a few things. But so far, it's been working really well. I haven't heard any real negative comments on it. So, our new computer consultant, IT consultant has been working with it, and it seemed to work really smooth with our system and all. So,
Thank you, Pat. I just wanted to address that just so, and, everybody
sure,
can hear about it.
and I had written it down to discuss in discussion. So, what you have tonight before you is Ordinance 22-09, in consideration of it's changing the framework of how we notify and what we can notify on municipal codes. Grass, violations of any type of, it clarifies of how to notify and go through the proceedings on it. It was pretty a cumbersome way that we had it before. So Mr. Dunley and Softco, thank you, went through and worked together on it and came up with these. And in going on down through, we had to change several areas in the zoning and municipal code. So, we just sought to update and reflect to make it a little easier. And not really even easier, it was more actually giving a better notification in some cases to people, like the abandoned vehicles, or what we classify as an abandoned vehicle. And people, so they would understand that. And then there's a clear-cut direction that all code enforcement officers would have to follow. Because as it what is now, you can hang a tag, you could send a letter, you could knock on the door. There was all types of ways of notification on this. And this gives clear-cut simplicity as well as direction on everyone will know how they, and if we missed a step, it's very easy to look at it and say, oh, we missed a step or whatever. There's no real, I won't want to say argument, but there's no debate on what steps should be taken and how each one works. So with that, we recommend approval of Ordinance 2209. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions, comments, clarification needed?
No.
If not, I entertain a motion.
I move to adopt ordinance number 2022-09, amending chapter 7, articles 3, 4A, and 4B of the Spring Hill Municipal Code.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, and with being an ordinance, Madam Clerk, if you could take the roll, please.
Mr. Peel,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Mrs. North,
Yes.
Mr. Van Houten,
Yes.
Mrs. Roth.
Yes.
Ordinance passes 500.
I vote on that one as well, correct? Since it's an ordinance.
No, it's not a zoning.
It's not a zoning.
So it's just the
You're right.
vote of the council. Thank you.
Yep. All right, Mr. Burton, you can just stay put, because the next item on the agenda is consider approval of ordinance number 2022-10, amending Chapter 2 of the Spring Hill Municipal Code relating to and prohibiting animals and fowl, adopting a new Article 8, keeping of chickens within the city limits, and amending other provisions of Chapter 2 consistent with allowing the keeping of chickens in the city subject to regulations, inspections, and performance standards permitting and enforcement of said ordinance. And Mr. Burton, you have the floor again.
Thank you. So we've been through this several times and back and forth with chickens and all. And, direction was given where that we would have an ordinance allowing chickens in single-family and two-family residence. So staff has worked with the city attorney and prepared an ordinance that would allow the keeping of chickens, and in conjunction also with the comments that the governing body had wished to incorporate in there. So the ordinance it was based on everything that was talked about, and this ordinance would change the zoning ordinance to allow for chickens to be safely kept, with safety and health and welfare and all. So in that, we can ask if there's any questions.
Any questions or discussion? I think we talked about this one quite a bit before, but if
Yeah, no,
there's
it
any
looks
new
like
discussions or comments.
Looks like everything we talked about's included.
And I believe so. Believe everything that was addressed.
I got one quick.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
I got
Brian.
one quick one. I read through the ordinance, and we do the inspection upon initial application, but then we don't have anything scheduled for inspection after that. I just wanted to make sure that was correct that I was reading that correctly.
Yes, that's the initial application, but then obviously we thought that, there'll be some complaints, and then we would do inspections
Right,
based
like
on
we would-
complaints.
Yeah, follow-up inspections are going to come from complaints or issues coming from the outside, and
Yes.
yeah, I'm fine with that. I think that was
Okay.
going to be difficult to continue to inspect further down the line.
Right, we went back through and the direction was really given is, not an annual inspection, but we felt that it was kind of given direction as to complaint driven.
Yep. I'm good with that.
Okay.
Any other questions, discussion? If not, I entertain a motion.
I move to adopt ordinance number 2022-10, amending Chapter 1 of the Spring Hill Municipal Code.
I believe it's Chapter 2.
Oh, Chapter 2
Yes, it's
of the Spring Hill Municipal Code.
just ordinance, that's fine. The ordinance never covers it. Thank you.
A second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, if you could please take the roll.
Mrs. Roth,
No.
Mr. Peel,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Mrs. North,
Yes.
Mr. Van Houten.
Yes.
Motion passes 410.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor, just so you know, I'll be taking the next one.
Okay. The next item on is to consider the approval of ordinance number 2022-11, amending Article 7, miscellaneous offenses to Chapter 9, public offenses of the Spring Hill Municipal Code relating to and establishing exemptions to the prohibitions contained within the public offenses in Chapter 9 of the Spring Hill Municipal Code. Mr. Burton, you have the floor again.
Okay, well, I don't think I'll read all that, but, so this was a discussion, obviously, that we've had, and on the background, there was some controversy on, is it, written well enough that it, exempts certain, state and federally allowed, protections and rights of individuals, and in this case, women. So in direction with the governing body, then it was written to specifically spell out what is already a protected right under federal and state statutes, under federal law and state statutes. So we've added in the areas that were talked about. And with that, we looked that the governing body adopt Resolution 2022-11, addressing those issues that we had spoke about.
I know for me personally, I just wanted to make sure, I think we wanted to do this as a governing body to make sure to rule out any confusion, any questions out there that there might be and then make it absolutely clear that once again, we as a community and as a governing body support, the right of a woman to breastfeed wherever she's allowed to be and the other things we put in there as well. So I think wanted to make sure we made that clear and put it in writing so that there was no confusion anywhere from anyone. So, any other questions or discussions or comments on that? Mm-hmm. If not, I entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt ordinance number 2022-11, amending chapter 11, article 7 of the Spring Hill Municipal Code.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion in 2 seconds. I'm just saying I got a motion in a second. Is there any other questions or comments? If not, Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Van Houten,
Yes.
Mrs. Roth,
Yes?
Mr. Peel,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Mrs. North.
Yes.
Motion passes 500.
Thank you. You're going to stay busy, Mr. Burton. Next item on the agenda is to consider approval of ordinance number 2022-12 rezoning Z-000014-2022 Sycamore Drive and Webster Street R1 to C2.
Thank you.
Mr. Burton, you have the floor again.
This consideration of the rezoning, this is just for familiarization. When you turn in off of Webster on Sycamore Drive going to the Aquatic Center, it is the northwest corner there of that intersection. So it's presently zoned R1. The application from Iron Horse Development, it's a 2.5 acre site there. Runs all the way down to where you've been there. There was a road on the east side of the Aquatic Center. It was a stub road and is now being constructed in conjunction with other housing developments there. So one good thing about that, this is off of this just a little, but it will flow traffic better through that area to get to the Aquatic Center, and additional sidewalks that would be directly to the Aquatic Center from other areas of the community. And with growth like that, that's what'll happen. It just keeps forming in or filling in, I'm sorry. So in this, right on this corner, it's a, like I said, R1 going to a C2. The Planning Commission did recommend this and for a rezoning change. And the comp plan, future land use show that that's a mixed use commercial there. So, and we've already discussed with the planned use that's going on there on type of construction, what you know, they're even willing to do a little bit more, knowing that those are the goals that we're trying to reach on our comp plan for Webster Street. And it'd be it will be a retail sales tax as well, and they have asked for absolutely no incentives. So,
Is there anything proposed there now, or is it just go into zoning and eventually it'll be,
it's proposed, we just can't,
well, there's nothing that we can talk about?
not yet,
Yeah,
sir. What I'm saying is, we're in talks, and
Okay.
it's everything's going really good, and I would imagine that just as soon as the zoning, then they will, I mean, we'll have to go site plan next, so it'll obviously be out, but as soon as we get the zoning, then we can announce what it is.
Any other questions or concerns?
It also would serve a need for the area as well, so.
A little hint there.
Yeah. I think it's a good spot for C2. So.
Yeah, I think being next to the pool, like that is,
Right, and so I can elaborate a little on that if you'd like me to.
yeah.
Sure.
So right next to the pool, and you know, there's the street in between. What we're actually working on is about half of it right now. And then the next half of it, we're in discussions on what's the best use for that next half because of the housing that comes around there, or, you know, should it be a neighborhood, little strip center with, you know, maybe a dentist or I don't know, something in there. So this is just what I'm gonna call the front half of it against Webster. So the whole place is getting rezoned, but the use that we're talking about, that I'm trying to describe to you without going beyond my agreement with the company, so.
Sure. Are you entertaining a motion?
Any other questions, concerns? Brian, you have any questions?
They answered all of them, Mark. They got asked before I could ask them.
All right. If
So-
not, I entertain a motion.
I'll move to,
Go ahead.
okay. Move to adopt ordinance number 2022-12 for rezoning application Z-000014-2022 for the described property from R1 to C2.
Second?
Got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Mrs. North,
Yes.
Mr. Van Houten,
Yes.
Mrs. Roth,
Yes.
Mr. Peel,
Yes.
was that yes, Mr. Peel?
Yes, it was a yes.
Thank you. Mr. Young,
Yes.
Mayor Berkey,
Yes.
motion passes 600.
Thank you, and we look forward to bringing the site plan and additional retail growth that the companies recognize of a growing community. So,
Next item on the agenda is consider approval of ordinance number 2022-13 rezoning Z-000015-2022, 207th Street and Ridgeview Road, RR to R1. Mr. Burton, you have the floor.
thank you. So, you're familiar with this, of the location, Clayton Properties, and the first rezoning is 54 acres of straight R1 zoning. And to address some of the items that were talked about, the overall in protecting the neighborhood and all, the plan calls for protecting adjacent properties. Most of the properties are across the street. Now, there are plans in place, and we'll go through additional planning with them in the preliminary plat and final plat phases of berming maybe against 200 or against Ridgeview, and also against 207th. Ridgeview, we know 207th and Ridgeview, both of them are minor arterials. They're slated to become larger and in future growth for that. So this is straight zoning to an R1 zoning, and the truth of the matter is in these R1 zonings, now I'm sure the developer is gonna cringe when I say this, but you know, we pass an R1 zoning with 70-foot lots and 115 foot deep. They can build anything they want on there because it's straight zoning. I mean, you could put a 1,000 square foot house on there. You know, there's no control measures. I can't tell them all but to put in one tree. So there's a, you know, with your plan district zoning, at least going through the process, you can say, and the planning commission did say, you know, hey, maybe we'd like to see a plan with a little bit, with a porch or something on it, you know, or then they also were talking about, and then I'm kind of falling into the next one, different lot criteria. On this one, there's no criteria. But it's not to say that, you know, they couldn't build just small houses on it, and actually try and, you know, fill a need from at least, you know, we did have one participant tonight that wants to be here, and there's a lot of people that want to be here, you know, that just can't afford homes. So I'm not saying that that's what they're going to build in this, and the developer, I think they have some presentation they would like to do, if you so desire to see it on this. But this is just a straight zoning R1, and planning commission and staff agreed that we asked that it be rezoned to R1. I'll entertain any questions.
Could you explain or outline where, I'm looking at a picture of what was included, where the R1 roughly would be?
Sure. Did we not put thought we put the proposed preliminary in there.
Based on this, it looks like it's the, is it the southeast corner?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's the north.
South, it's this,
Where's my map?
it was all along the west side and the southwest corner.
Yeah, the southwest corner all along the west side. I should have my overall map of that. I don't know why I don't have it here.
So the cul-de-sac in the top left-hand corner, it includes all of that and goes down to the road. And then it kind of zigzags following the road and takes that whole lower left chunk.
Hey Doug, do you have a preliminary plat? No. Do you have a preliminary plat with you?
So my question,
And we'll show it a little better here.
Sure.
So can we pull it?
and I guess what I'm getting at is there's been concerns of, and obviously we've heard a lot of them, of easing of the transition. I know we're just talking about zoning right now, but
It's easing of the transition. Going from.
Where's the cord?
Oh, right there. Going from, which is rural residential, and then your next step, as Mr. Peterman had alluded to, is typically R1.
Right.
So, and there was discussion of up on the north side of taking some additional tree lines. There we are, some additional tree lines. Do we have that where?
Which one's mine?
That's not work how it works.
Nope.
connected. Yours weren't.
Yeah, something.
Okay, so this is gonna be a little better map here. This is a proposed preliminary plat.
So my, the vote that we're getting ready to have is to rezone
R1.
the R1 in that space.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
It's not like we can say, well, can we move that over there? This is what's being proposed right now, is R1 in this space where it's proposed.
If you can kind of, I have to zoom in pretty good here, but there's this pinkish line here. It starts up here at the north end, if, I'm just gonna kind of outline it with my cursor. More or less here. Sorry, I'm a bad tracer here, but,
So if you see, it runs.
and actually,
Yeah, over there.
Okay.
So through that area there is the transition towards, what we look at as major streets.
Mm-hmm.
So as you see up along the north and clear down through on the west side and clear down to 207 is the R1 zoning that we're talking about.
Can you speak in the mic, please?
Sure. So that's the R1 zoning that is being discussed, 54 plus or minus acres. It is?
Yeah,
Okay, I
that
can't
top
get the
one
darn
is.
thing to do.
See if
Oh, there we go. Well, no.
it's supposed to.
Yeah, I can't get it. But anyway, that's the transition towards the streets and even down along 207th down there. You know, they've placed some R1 to help ease the concerns that we were hoping to help ease the concerns that were brought up last time.
Mm-hmm.
Towards the west, towards, the subdivision that's there, across the street, Woodland Ridge.
So when we're talking about these three, motions that we're gonna have here, or
Yes.
votes, I should say, to me, it's kind of important to talk about all of them kind of at the same time.
Oh, yeah, and that's why I said I kind
They all
of
affect
went
each
over,
other.
but yes, we can.
Yeah, so, I guess my.
It makes
question-
sense.
Yeah, so my question is, we've got, the RP2 up there in the northeast, correct?
RP1
R,
northeast.
RP1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's the one.
That's all, and
RP2
we'll,
is the southeast corner.
yeah, we'll do another draw here
Okay.
real quick for you so that, that line right there. So you head north from that line, and that's RP1.
Okay,
So it's still a transition into an R1 type zoning with a little more control and, with a lot more control and smaller lots that are similar to Dayton Creek cottages. Right there, as you pull off of 191st, the first area of Dayton Creek, that's what the similar product is.
well, visually, that looks like the highest density, even though the RP2 is to the south, and there, obviously, that's the two, not the one, but,
So as you,
I'm guessing it's ideal to have the higher density, number one, maybe closer to the school, number two, am I understanding correctly? I thought Ridgeview was a major, or maybe it's slated to become a major arterial?
that's correct.
Okay, so it would make sense to have the higher density on the road that could handle
Right,
the more
so,
traffic, or that's slated to handle more traffic.
yeah, it's classified as an arterial with us and a major arterial with the county.
Gotcha.
So it's an arterial, no matter what we look at.
Okay,
And you're talking about a higher density, yes, just because of the width of the lots, but you're also talking about single-family residence
right,
in that portion that we're talking about, the northeast corner there, as you can see. And then you can see in the center, I was gonna talk about this on the R1 anyway. As you can see, in the center of the entire development is quite a extensive use area for the residents. Pool, clubhouse, volleyball or soccer courts or something of that nature there. And then you can see in the R1 how they have taken the one area up there where it would cross into the park. There's an area that would go in conjunction with the park, and then you see the sliver to the south. That would also connect to the city park and transport people from the duplex area and all that to that area on bike and all that. And there are trails running through the entire subdivision. I mean, you know, they want to have the people of this be able to utilize the park as well.
So I was going to bring up, if
Yes.
anybody has ever driven south of 175th Street on
Yes.
Flum, this is exactly pretty much what it's going to look like. And there's no division of where one subdivision starts except a street going through it, and there's a drastic difference. It looks crappy. And also, there is a lot of affordable housing that is going in Spring Hill, closer over by 169 Highway, where they have a very easy access to get out of the subdivision for large density. I think that they've brought up a lot of good points, that the citizens that live off 207th and Ridgeview, it isn't comparable or compatible to what the comprehensive plan says. The lot sizes are smaller in width and length, and they appear that way. If you want to take a look, go south of 175th and Flum, and you will see what it will look like. I just think that there's a better, we can develop this better.
I think
There's a better way to develop it, and
Yeah.
since they're zoned in 3 different things, and,
Just keep in mind, we're still just on the R1.
right, but they can't be moved
In
around.
conjunction, I agree.
And I'm glad that you brought up that with R1, any size of house could go on there, which I don't think that is very right, that there's no governing rule about what the size has to be. And there was one instance where it was spoken about that the staff admitted that the comprehensive plan identified this area as rural, and there's more reason to leave the existing rural residence zoning in place because the comprehensive plan designation of rural and the current zoning of rural residential are in sync, and there's no reason to change the zoning.
So yes, the comprehensive plan does show it as a rural residential. And when the comprehensive plan when that was addressed, you know, it was never really envisioned that it would even go out this far. I mean, I can give you all kinds of examples if you'd like, where you drive by a glass plant coming into your community. So, I mean, we can talk about that, but I do want you to realize that in the new comprehensive plan, it will be expanded greatly. And one of the main reasons is, you know, we've been in a court battle for, 2 years now on something of that nature. So if you truly believe that the comprehensive plan is going to come back and say that this is going to be a rural residential area, then we might as well not even do the comp plan. I'll just be honest with you, because you have major arterials there, and I'm not saying that what you're saying in going through these, that in your opinion, that it's terrible design, terrible build and all that. You know, there's a subdivision that I think you live in that we could start, if the developer wanted to, they could start apartments up there, 64 unit apartments at any time. It's been sitting that way for 17 years with no control. So all we're trying to do is do the best we can with the growth that we know is coming. And if it is a case, I'm just going to spit it out. If it is a case that the governing body does not want growth and they can't see that it would probably be, well, anyway, if they don't want growth, they just need to tell us. It's straight out. I mean, just tell us that you want $1 million homes, and that's what we'll gear towards.
Well, I don't think that's what we're
And-
saying.
well, but
I think
I'm just saying
R1s are
that-
pretty reasonable. You can, like you said, you can do smaller house than R1s. It's the lot size that sounds like it's most people's concern is the RP1s being so dense for that
I
area.
said the density,
So-
I heard the
And
density
so-
comment probably.
I didn't
Well,
hear
let's go to
anybody
the
either.
RP1 after this one.
But yeah, so I mean,
So,
as far as R1 goes, I think that's pretty reasonable. I know, rural obviously is probably everybody who lives there is first preference, but I think
Oh, I
everybody's
agree.
willing to make a concession on maybe like an R1. But when we talk about going more and more dense and dense, I think that's where people are having issues. So
And the problem, if we can't change it around, if it has to sit like the diagram where the R1 is, and then you still have the dense stuff along Ridgeview Road, that's what we don't, that's what.
okay, so if we could we'll just finish up on the R1, then there'll be a short.
We're under a legal
presentation,
obligation.
Short presentation by the developer, and then we'll talk about the RP1.
Mr. Burton,
and the RP2.
just, I have to make one comment for the record for the council. Before you at this time is.
Mr. Dudley, can you turn on your mic, please?
I have it on.
Oh,
What is before you is the R1 rezoning. And then we can take it, and then the RP1 and then the RP2 will come in additional order. Under state law, we can only address the R1 zoning at this time for this particular issue, which does not allow, a planned district allows for smaller areas, but allows the council to get into more detail about the homes or about the
And that's what
space
we'll
of
get
them,
into
but
next.
we can only address zoning in this particular issue. And we have to maintain that for the record.
And I though.
Thank you.
Think that it's better to look at it all as a whole also, and I think that we're doing a good job
So
of
how
that.
can we have an entire discussion about all three zones? Because
I think we're doing a good job of
talking about
that.
all three zones at the same time is important.
I think we're doing a good job of that, and we realize that we're focusing on the R1 with even talking about the surrounding zonings and all. So I think as long as the intent, I mean, you haven't asked any questions on, hey, what's the homes gonna be?
No,
and things
that's
like
what I
that.
think
No,
we're
I
all-
understand.
Yeah.
So, Planning Commission and staff, support the R1 zoning. And if there are additional questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
I'd like to see the presentation.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, did you say the
Be on
developer would like to do a
R2.
presentation?
It'd be the RP1.
Oh, not on the R.
Not on this one?
Okay.
Because a lot of focus is on the RP1, so that it would be brought up.
Okay.
This has no presentation, it's an R1.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
they can build whatever they would like as long as it meets codes and everything.
So what I have heard from several people, tonight, emails, phone calls, et cetera, is I think a common thread is transition. And what that means to me is right on Ridgeview. So I don't want to speak for them, but I almost wonder if this whole thing should just be mirror flip-flopped, left to right. I don't know if that would make them more comfortable. I also understand and realize that you're also putting those higher density properties inward, and I'm not sure that would make sense because maybe you'd have to have those on the closest to the roads.
I understand.
It might also, I realize, again, you may also want those closest to the schools at that northeast corner, but it also puts them closer to the park. So I don't know if that would be a compromise. And again, if that were even remotely on the table as an option, that's going to affect this vote right now.
The developer can speak for it, but the way we understand it, that it's not on the table to flip it.
Okay.
So.
Any other questions or discussions?
So, Pat, can you speak to dumb it down for me here? So the green lines there, the green outlines.
Those are
right?
parks.
Parks, so that's green space.
Yes.
So could you give me a description of what we've seen there along 207th in Ridgeview?
Right
In other
here?
words, what, yeah, so like give me a visual. What am I seeing if I'm on the road looking towards there?
So you're looking at a cul-de-sac here.
Correct, but between
what-
me and, between the road and the cul-de-sac, what am I seeing? Just a sidewalk?
Yeah, you would see a sidewalk along here, and then of course, you would see the
Back
backs
of their
of
house.
them here. Well, one thing that we discussed here is in putting this cul-de-sac in here, that we do realize we're not exactly positive on how the design is gonna be at this intersection. So it would be really easy to make a roundabout or a true roundabout, not an oval. But, or, and you know, that way, they have some area here, see, that we could work with on it. Yeah, well, RP1's not up yet, but yeah, I know. So, but that's what you'd see there, just to give you a visual on that.
Do we have an idea approximately how much, so up there along the northeast side, along Ridgeview, how many feet approximately are we talking of that green space where you see just that little sliver of green going
Oh,
up
that's
there?
it. Well, we have 50 foot of right of way, 60 foot of right of way, and then I think that's a 25. Yeah, so you're looking at a 25-foot green space there, 60 foot of right of way, 25. So what we're trying to do is not end up a case like Brad's down there, where the right of way goes right to his building line. So we always know if the road has to go as maximum wide, there's still 25 foot of green space there.
And would that, I assume that would be enough to put in a berm, to put in
They'll
25
do,
feet?
right, they'll do landscaping in there, that's correct. But, you know, most likely the first phase of that road would, you know, the road would probably end up 3-lane right off the bat.
Yeah.
And we would, most likely the other part would be in the county, and the county would have to go through the proceedings of getting additional right-of-way. Or to comment. Just like we did up there at Ridgeview and 199th. Be a same type of a scenario.
Any other questions, concerns, comments?
Yeah, just a little bit. I know
Do you want to address some
based
stuff,
on Mr. Dunlay's comments, we're not supposed to talk about the other two zonings, but I think the outcome of those, I think, affects what this vote is going to be or should be, and I think that's what Mrs. Roth was trying to allude to.
I understand.
And so, I guess my question is, you know, what's the advantage of approving this piece of it if the other one or two pieces are not going to get rezoned? Like, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? Or I just don't understand.
We could talk
you know,
to the developer if one portion of it is rezoned and see if you know that if there was something to do. We've already discussed a lot with the developer, and I don't believe that there's any changes. I'll let the developer or the engineer any changes that they would desire on this or could do in accordance to their metrics and all on the development of this piece of property. I understand what you're saying, and, you know, it might though, if give leverage to try and talk to them about the rest of it. I don't know.
I was just say, does it muddy the waters basically?
Yeah, I don't know.
Are you gonna start building in that section that that could be approved in the section and just leaves blank?
Right.
You know what I mean?
And I can ask the developer if he'd like to address any of that. Would you like to address any of that?
We can address it now or when we get to the RP1.
Because here's my big picture. My big picture is I have a problem with the RP1 zone. It's too dense. It's too many units in too small a space. I have the same problem with the RP2 zone, but it's not as bad. So I'm more favorable to that. But if neither one of those are going to pass, I don't see what the advantage of passing the R1 is, which I am in favor of. And I think generally the community is in favor of. So that's what I'm stuck on right now is I think that we're generally in favor of the R1, but it doesn't really help help at all to approve that if the other one or two are not going to get approved.
Yes, and I had just had a question from Mr. Burton. Can you table this to discuss the other two items? Yes, you absolutely could. You can also move the order because the city of Spring Hill regularly amends its agenda. The city council amends its agenda even in the middle of meetings. You could change, for instance, this item. You could move this to after the RP1 and RP2 discussion, and you could do it that way. And Councilmember Peel, I wanted to be very clear. My issue is not not to discuss the RP1 or the RP2, but we cannot, in a zoning discussion, discuss the items that in an R1 zoning discussion that we can discuss in a planned property. And so that's just a legal issue that we're stuck with.
So I would suggest maybe we just
let's just
switch a order or.
Yeah, why don't we just do that?
That would satisfy your issue.
Yeah, I think we can go ahead and switch the order.
Let's go straight to the RP1.
Yeah, so what do we need to, just a motion?
Amend the.
Move to
amend. Agenda.
Okay, I entertain a motion to amend the agenda and flip-flop items number 14 and 15.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0-0. All right, if you guys would like to go
Mayor,
ahead and.
can-
Yes, ma'am.
So are you, just so I understand, so you're gonna talk about item 15,
Yeah, so we're flip-flopping item 15 and 14.
and then you're gonna talk about item 14, and then you're gonna talk about 16? Or was the intent to talk about
No, I would just.
15, 16, and then 14?
15, 16, 14.
Yes,
Yeah.
15,
Okay,
16, 14.
oh, we'll amend the
Correct.
15,
agenda.
16, 14 would be the
Okay.
ideal
That's
order.
the,
Correct.
that's the way to go.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
So we'll go on to, I'll just wait for you to give me the.
So yeah, the next item is consider approval of ordinance number 2022-14 rezoning PZD-000016-2022, 207th Street and Ridgeview Road, RR to RP1. Mr. Burton and Associates.
Thank you. So we've drawn, or actually, Doug with Phelps has drawn out the RP2 and we understand where it's at up in the northeast corner of this property. It's
RP1. you mean.
RP1, I'm sorry, RP1, I apologize. RP1 up there in that corner, and we, it's 47 acres, almost 48 acres. And yes, the planning commission had looked at it, there's some 40-foot lots in there. And the planning commission had said, well, we'd really like to see the minimum of 45 foot. We have some 40s at Dayton and at 40, but 45s were the prevalent, is what they would like to see on it. And in doing that, we still have the preliminary plat and the final plat to go through on this. And that would really dictate more of the lot size. Once they get the zoning, then they would go through the preliminary and final plat at the same time and present all of their house plans and things. We've presented a lot you can see in there as it is now. And then they would work with the planning commission on some lot size and all. Although the planning commission did put this into that zoning. So they said, hey, we'll approve the zoning with minimum 45-foot lots. So I think that would have to be addressed in this zoning where, you'd say, well, we agree that 45-foot lots, or we accept the zoning with 40s, and then work within the preliminary plat and final plat on lot sizes. I think they have the developer and engineer have a presentation if you would like to see that, and then
Yes.
maybe we'll
Yes,
get
sir.
some questions on.
Yes.
All right, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. So back up a minute, I'm Doug Oven with Phelps Engineering. With me tonight is Brad Kemp with Summit Homes. So Clayton Properties is the applicant on this. They're doing business as Summit Homes, so I'm sure you all recognize Summit Homes from across the whole Kansas City Metro, one of the biggest home builders. So what they bring to Spring Hill is a quality product. I think you've seen that in Foxwood Ranch off 191st Street. So they really want the opportunity to continue to build in Spring Hill and keep bringing quality housing to Spring Hill. So we have, like Pat said, we have a presentation or a video of another development with similar style to what we're presenting tonight. So I'll get to that in a minute. I just kind of want to run through some of the things that were discussed during citizen participation, trying to address some of that up front, and then we'll get to that video. One of the things was the buffer transitions. So, you have the county rural properties to the east and to the north. So I think that's really kind of the two property lines we're talking about here. To start with the east on Ridgeview, Pat kind of mentioned it a second ago, you have 60-foot of right-of-way. You have a minimum of a 25-foot landscape buffer here. You have a minimum 20-foot setback in the back of these lots. So when I was just kind of looking here, the closest house to Ridgeview, you can see barely kind of picking up here on the east edge over here. When I measure from here to the back property line across the streets, the closest house would be 180 feet to that property line. Add on a 20-foot rear building yard setback. The closest house that can be to any of these houses from Ridgeview is 200 feet. So that'd be the closest. So you have a good separation there. You also have a future 4-lane arterial road there that's going to buffer this. And then let me open up the landscape plan. And you can see all along Ridgeview in that landscape buffer is evergreens, shade trees, ornamental trees. We can berm this as well, provide a good buffer from the residents to the east. And that's part of your code. That's a good thing. That's the reason those landscape buffers are there. We put those in, and I think that'd be a good buffer from the neighbors to the east. From the north, as we kind of went back after Planning Commission and looked at this, the reason I highlighted this north area in green, so there's an existing hedgerow of trees up there that would be a good buffer from this property to the one to the north. We can commit to putting a tree preservation easement over the north 10 to 15 feet of this. They're really looking at the property line. A lot of it looks like the center of the tree row is really just north of our property, so the trees don't come too far into our property, but we can commit to putting a tree preservation easement on there to keep a buffer on the north property line. So we want to take those efforts to listen to the neighbors and try and provide a buffer, best we can. To kind of just touch on the whole project as a whole. I'll get my numbers here. So when you look at the project as a whole, we got 3.6 units per acre, which when you talk about density for residential is really not that high. When you look at them individually, you got 2.6 on the straight R1, 4.6 on the RP1, and 4.0 on the RP2. So that's what's giving you your average of 3.6. When I go to the comp plan and look at what this area is, it's in the suburban zoning part of the comp plan. which if you go look that up is 2 to 6 units per acre. And it allows for attached housing and detached housing. So I feel like this plan is in compliance with the comp plan.
Could you clarify one thing? I'm sorry, Mr. Berkey, if you don't mind, can I ask a question?
No, go ahead.
Did I hear you say correctly, the lowest density that you're gonna have in each of these zones was 4 per acre?
So I guess low, it depends how you look at low, I guess. R one's
highest.
R1's the lowest at 2.6.
Highest, sorry,
RP1 is 4.6.
4.6, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yep.
So a couple other items to touch on. The traffic was brought up, so we did have a traffic study done. They analyzed the intersections of Ridgeview and 207th. And they also analyzed Ridgeview Road with the traffic and 207th Street with the traffic. The development plus this development, and also took into account the Woodland Crossing South development that just got approved. With all that, 207th and Ridgeview operates at an acceptable level. There's no improvements necessary to Ridgeview. There is a turn, it'd be an eastbound left turn lane on 207th into the development along 207th. So the development would have to put that in, but traffic has been studied. Stormwater is the other item. Part of these green areas here are for detention. So more or less, there's a ridge down the middle of the property, north-south. So half this property goes west, half of it goes east, more or less. So we've got detention here to provide stormwater control in the west watershed, and we've got detention here to provide stormwater control in the east watershed. So, what's that?
Park-ground combination, open space combination.
Yeah, and we also have other parts in green here with, this area and the amenities and this that are just pure open space. So, right. Well, Brad's saying we'll have trails. We've committed to putting in a larger width trail along this stretch of road here to connect the amenity center, which is, Pat kind of touched on, is a great amenity. It's 3.6 acres in size, which for a single family neighborhood's a real commitment to making a nice neighborhood here. Clubhouse, pool, sports courts. But with that, you have the city ground park over here, which will connect up with a larger trail to create great walkability from the park into the neighborhood. And I guess really just to touch, before I show the video, really to touch back on, the lot widths. Brad's group, Summit Homes, has done a lot of studying on this. They've put the same developments in several cities now. They've sold really quick wherever they put them in. They've got them in Overland Park, Blue Springs, Lake Lotawana, Lee Summit. And with that, unless there's anything else, I think I'll.
One quick thing. I'd just like to tell you, in our R1 code, just straight R1, in accordance to the smallest lot size is 9,000 square foot, you can place 4 single-family residents, and that's even counting the road out of it. But typically, you don't quite get 4, but in accordance, if you take 43,560, which is an acre, divided by 9,000, you can get more than 4, but you have to remember road right-of-way and things of that nature. I just wanted to bring that up, that, size, the amount of density they have, we could achieve that just in straight R1 zoning.
So to kind of end this presentation, just to kind of show a drone fly through of this is the development in Blue Springs, correct?
This was just last Saturday. These are the 40-foot lots.
This is Brad Kempf, Summit Homes, 120 Southeast 30th Street, Lee Summit. On your left here are the 50-foot wide lots, and we were just flying through the 40s, which we're going back into now. wanna fly back through?
Just stop it.
Well, you can just click on the pictures too, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can do that.
Which ones are which one shows the 40s the best?
That's one of them. I think it's my next one or two. There you go.
So, I'll speak a little bit for them, and if you'll follow up. These are the 40-foot lots. This is drone footage of what they are building presently. So, as you can see, there is very close there, but you expect that in closer proximity. But you have to remember, we already have several subdivisions that have 5-foot setbacks. And we have that close proximity on some.
I would like to
Anyway,
know-
go ahead.
Yeah, we do have 5-foot setbacks, but we build all of our homes with a minimum of 6-foot side setbacks because we want the extra space. So most of these plans are only 28 feet wide, so that gives you, that's 12 feet, 6 on each side. So a total of 12 feet between homes, rather than the 10, if you just stuck with the 5-foot. Can you get one with the backyard?
You guys have anything else? If not, we'll move to questions.
Stop.
Those are the 50s, but I don't think yeah, there's one with backyards, yeah.
So it's
So you still have these sizable backyards.
These are the 40s, right?
Hmm?
So the ones on the lowest on the screen would be the backyard, how it looks from the back on the 40-foot lots.
These are different, these are different elevations than the homes you referred to on 175th and Plum. Those are the real contemporary ones.
Thank you, guys. I'll open up for questions, discussion, concerns.
So how many doors are in the plan that you've given us?
487.
And have you done any sort of plan that's just R1 to give a reference point of how many doors that would be?
We have not.
You haven't, okay.
Is there any way to put, to put a ballpark guess on, I've heard people saying we want 50-foot lots, like if you were to change that to 50, how many doors would be lost? Like how many people would we be losing?
25 to 30. Was it 27? Just looking at pure percentages.
And I wouldn't hold you to that, but
Maybe that was the
ballpark.
Yeah, it might have been 45 foot lots.
Oh, yeah, I think that was 45.
Yeah, I think
Oh, that's right.
it might be
The
more
45
than that,
foot.
going to 40 to 50. It might be
asking
50
50s?
lots.
How many would you lose going from 45 to 50? Is my question. And again, I expect this to be a ballpark.
Because I know we did calculate going to 45, and it was 27. I think wasn't that the one mayor I told you? I think it was.
Yeah. Between 25 and 30.
Okay. I just wanted to put a number to, if people were concerned about the 45 going to 50, you're losing that number of doors.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, currently
In
it's 40,
RP1
so.
area.
The RP1 area.
Right.
And the whole purpose of having the 3 products here is for different price points. You can have mom and dad living here, mom and dad, grandpa and grandpa living in a smaller home because they wanted to downsize. And then you also have the option of the duplexes, the twin homes.
And the 487 is the total of them all, correct?
Yeah, that's total doors, including the twins.
Yeah, any other questions?
Any other questions, concerns?
Again, just making sure I understand this correctly, this vote is to approve a particular zone.
Now we're the RP1.
Right. So that doesn't mean that we're married to a particular plat.
No, that is correct.
Okay,
We
we're
still
just
have-
talking about
We still have.
the zone.
Yes, we still have preliminary and final plat on
So-
each one. I mean, preliminary on the whole, and then final plat each phase.
Cause it sounds like there's some issues with, some particulars that have been presented, but I don't know if those are necessarily on the table.
No, it's just like the landscape that he was just discussing. That landscape is not on the table with zoning.
Right.
And the landscaping will be addressed in looking at, because when we presented the first, just a look at it, so the planning commission, as well as you guys taking a look at this, this is really the next step, but they want to be open and transparent to you. So when we took a look at that, weren't looking at landscape, and there really wasn't any type of landscape buffer or anything in between that. And now they've studied it, saw that there's a good hedgerow there. It looks like a portion of it is on the properties anyway. Protection of that. Put it in verbiage that is allowed in our code, because a landscape preservation is not in our code. So we would make sure that it was landscape or buffer or however we can get it in our code so that would be preserved. But you are correct. Right now we're just speaking on zoning, and the developer has been willing to present the other information.
Is the 45-foot lot line married to this vote, or is that also something that will be discussed in a later?
No, it would be discussed. Now, the way the planning commission did word it is that we would feel more comfortable in that you would say in your motion to approve or deny the 45-foot or 40-foot. And then we still
Currently,
have
it's
that.
40, correct?
That's correct. And we still have that option though to come back.
40, 50, yeah.
And 50. We still have that option, or the developer still has the option to come back with a preliminary plat and a final plat that have 40s on there, and we would address it at that time with additional information, with housing styles, and then the landscaping plan would be with you and things of that nature.
So an approval of RP1, what are you tied to?
You're tied to that RP1, meaning that they can use smaller lots.
But if we
not
can't say anything now, what are we tied to later on? Can they come in and kind of force a smaller lot if we're saying, hey, we want the
Well, you're gonna have a smaller lot, but you can say, okay, we want 45-foot lots.
and just never approve the final plat if they don't agree to it?
That's correct.
Is that what you're, okay.
Pardon me for interrupting, Ms. Burton. To be clear, the planning commission, on their approval, approved their hearing, after conducting the public hearing on this, they approved RP1 for this district, subject to the condition of 45-foot lot lines, not 40, at the house. And that was subject to the condition on the motion for which they approved the zoning. So I understand there may be some changes to plats and so forth, but the RP1 zoning at the planning commission, and Ms. Wood kindly just brought up the meeting minutes, and that was a condition for approval.
My understanding, yeah.
Uh,
Of the RP1. Was moved from 40-foot lot width,
To 45.
to 45, and that was a subject, so the unanimous approval of the planning commission was
Contingent
got-
on
was
that.
contingent on 45-foot, not 40-foot.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure there's no misunderstanding about that. Now, there may be future plats, there may be other issues in the future for the zoning purpose on RP1, 45-foot.
And it won't be for the zoning purpose. It would be, they still would be allowed to come to the planning commission with a 40-foot lot. Planning commission has said they won't approve it on the plating side of it. So,
But then it's still gonna come to us anyway.
yes, that's correct. All of it does. Whether the planning commission approves it or
The planning
not.
commission had. I listened to the planning commission meeting 3 different times in the past 3 weeks since they had their meeting. And they were worried about the exact same things that we're talking about. It's too many units in too small a space. It's too dense. The lot sizes are too small and not wide enough. And that was why that they said they wanted them to be 45 feet wide.
That's correct.
And
that's how it's
if we
presented to
approve
the council.
this, it does not obligate the developer to have to follow that. And my concern is, and I know the developer's there and I'm not, so, and I don't want to make the developer, I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to make you a bad person or against you, but I don't have a lot of confidence that you guys are going to be able to meet that 45 width request, or I don't have any confidence that that's going to actually happen. And that's the sticking point here, is that you got 220 units ish going into 48 acres, and it's 4.6 units per acre, and it's about 0.21 acre lots. These are tiny little lots with a single family home on them. You're going to be able to spit out the window and spit on your neighbor's wall. I mean, it's just really, really tight. And that's what our community's worried about. It's what I'm worried about. It's what the planning commission is worried about. And I'm afraid that if we approve this, that we're going to see 40-foot lots down the line. And it seems moot to approve this now if that's what we're going to see in a month.
And I echo what Brian Pill said. There's a lot of, I just don't think that's the right area to have this density when it's already a highly trafficked area with a high school there where kids come and go several times a day. You've got an elementary school. It's a main connection into Olathe. And I think it's not compatible to that area is the biggest reason. It's not meeting the 50 feet setback that's required in the comprehensive plan, and they're tiny. It's a different thing to look at a drone view aerially than to drive through and see how small these lots are, because under 14,200 feet, that's pretty tiny when you actually walk the streets. And like I said, there is a lot of affordable housing coming in better areas where it's not as trafficked along 169. So we are providing for the needs of a lot of people that want to live in Spring Hill, but right next to the high school and elementary school and a middle school that's going in a very short mileage area. I just think that's not a very wise decision to put high density.
So it sounds like overall from
it's more dense than the RP2 zone. It's more dense than the duplexes. The duplexes are at 4 units an acre, about a quarter acre per. And this, we're talking about that for a one piece of a duplex, whereas in comparison, you're putting a single family residence on a lot that's smaller than that. And that just doesn't seem right. Also volume. You've only got about 130 total duplex units. So that's 65 actual structures, because there's 2 per structure. And then where on the RP1, you've got 220. So it's 90 more. And I rounded it, so it's not exact, but it's about 100 more units. And the acreage is only about 16 less. So it's just, the RP1 is, I think, really problematic.
Sounds like
as it's been presented with the preliminary plat.
Sounds like overall with the public and with most of the governing body members that have spoken, I don't want to speak for all of them, but it sounds like the density issue is possibly the biggest issue that everybody consistently seems to have a problem with. And if there's any more discussion or talk on that.
Well, I think now we just need to know kind of next steps if we were to remand it back, or, deny and remand it back, what's the?
Yeah, our options are basically to either table, and Chuck, correct me if I'm wrong, to either table it, send it back to the planning commission to revise it, or vote on it.
Just deny?
Just vote it.
Okay.
You can, yes, you can vote.
Yeah, I would be in favor.
This developer just needs a clear course to go.
Well, that's what I think, that's what I was saying. Do we, if we all are on favor of
I don't see any reason, not to interrupt you, but I don't see any reason to send it back to the planning commission.
Yeah, that's what I
If it's gonna
don't
come
know.
back to the same thing again and we're just gonna do this all over again in 2 weeks.
What's I'm saying, do we just say, hey, what we prefer to look at if you want to come back with something later, but as of now, this isn't something we're willing to accept.
Yeah.
So, I would move to deny the, approval of ordinance number 2022-14 rezoning PZD -00016 2022.
Pull the rest.
Is that the right one?
No, that's what Quinn said. They'll just pull the rest.
I've got a motion. Is there a second?
So my concern is, I don't disapprove of that zoning. I disapprove of the presentation of the plan that they've presented. So I'm not against
Yes,
that
the use of
zoning.
space.
Yeah, I'm not against that zoning. I think, we need that type of development in this community. I know Ms. North has mentioned that there's lots of developments in the community of that type, but I had a realtor that was nice enough to pull some numbers for me, and the average home sale in the last 6 months is bouncing anywhere from 370 to 430. That's the average, meaning half is above that and half is below that. So the half that's below that, those folks, that's half the people buying a home. And a lot of people can't afford the average. So we're not talking about just a little pocket here and a little pocket there. We need half of our development to be below that price point and half to be above. So it's not like, well, we've got 2 developments in the city that's already doing that. We need a lot of developments that are doing that type of development. So I am not against RP2. I think we need it. Or excuse me, RP1, I'm sorry. I think we need RP1. I'm not sure I'm on board with the density and the concerns that, others have brought up. But again, this vote is for the zoning. I'm not against the zoning. It's the plan that's been presented that I don't like, and that's what I would love to tweak. But based on what you're saying, I don't know that there's any.
Do you just wanna pull the rest of them? You wanna go any farther? All of it? All of it?
Yeah, I would imagine that it would be most advantageous to the developer if they want to represent that we not approve anything.
Yeah, we just
Because if
deny
they're
it
gonna
and let
redo
them
the
come
whole
back. They
thing,
want to
I
come
don't
back.
think they're gonna do anything. I think they're just walk.
That's fine.
I mean, and that's their prerogative to choose if they want to do that or not.
Okay, so
I think we.
And,
I made a
you know,
motion. Does anybody want a second?
Pardon me.
I think we just need to vote.
There's a motion on the floor,
I second.
and then on each item, there should be a vote for each section. If the developer indicated that they wanted to pull it, they could. The developer wants a vote
Yep.
on every zoning request before the council, before the city council tonight. So, just to be clear, so, one way or another.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Start on 15.
All right, so we're on item number 15. I've got a motion and a second.
Can you please repeat the motion?
Okay, I'm on 15, right? I
Yes.
move to deny the ordinance number 2022-14 rezoning PZD -00016 2022, 207th and Ridgeview Road, RR to RP1.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Peel?
Yes is in favor of the denial, just to confirm, correct?
Correct. Mr. Young?
Yes.
Thank you, yes.
Mrs. North?
Yes.
Mr. Van Houten?
Yes.
Mrs. Roth?
No?
Mayor Berkey?
Yes.
Motion passes 510.
16.
16, so move to deny
Let me read it first.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
The next item is consider approval of ordinance number 2022-15, rezoning PZD-000017-2022, 207th Street and Ridgeview Road, RR to RP2. And Mr. Burton, if you have anything further on that?
No, I don't believe I do, Mayor.
Okay, move to deny. Do I need to say it aloud again?
Yeah.
Ordinance number 2022-15, rezoning PZD 00017-2022, 207th Street and Ridgeview Road, RR to RP2.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Mrs. Roth,
No?
Mr. Peel,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Mrs. North,
Yes.
Mr. Van Houten,
Yes.
Mayor Berkey.
Yes.
Motion passes 510.
13.
And that would go back to number 14. And that's, once again, just for clarification, that's consider approval of ordinance number 2022-13, rezoning Z-000015-2022, 207th Street and Ridgeview Road, RR to R1.
That's correct.
And just to clarify on this one, I'm only moving this way so that we can get a whole new plan if there plans to be a whole new plan. So move to deny ordinance number 2022-13, rezoning Z-000015-2022, 207th Street and Ridgeview Road, RR to R1.
I've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any questions or concerns or further discussion?
Yeah, real quick before, I would be in favor of this type of zoning in this zone. I really am. But I think this zone is contingent on the other two being approved. So I would,
As a legal matter,
I would always be in favor of this.
Just let them motions on the floor.
I mean,
Just a
you
discussion.
said the developer wanted a straight up and down vote on everything.
Yeah, so we're just giving them a vote. That's all he's trying to say.
I understand. I just am,
Don't
is
put
that a
it-
question for me? That's what all I was trying to
No, because you already clarified it earlier, so I think we're good on
We're just making a clarification to the
Okay.
applicant.
All right, so I have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. If there's not any further discussion, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Mrs. North,
Yes.
Mr. Van Houten,
Yes.
Mrs. Roth,
No?
Mr. Peel,
Yes.
Mr. Berkey.
Yes.
Mayor passes 510. I mean, sorry, the motion passes.
At least they got there.
All right. Next item on the agenda is authorize a transfer from the excise tax fund to projects funds for one intersection improvement at 199th and Webster and two at.
Excuse me, Mayor, can you
Yes, ma'am.
quiet the audience?
If you guys could. All right. If we could stay quiet out there, guys, so the staff can't hear me from here with the microphone. I'll reread that again. Thank you, guys. Thank you all for coming. All right. Number 17 again, consider and authorize a transfer from the excise tax fund to project funds for one intersection improvement at 199th and Webster, and then two, 193rd and Ridgeview turn lane. And Ms. Armstrong, you have the floor.
Thank you and good evening. This item relates to item number 4 on the consent agenda, which was the contract for a construction project, and that is the street improvements at 193rd and Ridgeview turn lane and 199th and Webster. And just to refresh, those contracts totaled $1,020,740. CARS grant was $272,000, and the school is going to pay $270,000. However, we have already received through excise tax $229,000 of that. So what we're asking to do is we will authorize a transfer of $700,000 from the excise tax fund to the capital improvement fund. It may turn out mathematically, I rounded these out, if it goes 100% on budget, not to exceed, well, we may need a little bit more excise tax is what I'm saying, but,
This one's not to exceed.
all right, so this is not to exceed. I'm gonna let Pat talk here.
So this is exact is what we're trying to get at. So right now, this transfer would be a not to exceed. And then we would also look that maybe if there are a few small expenses that we would just take them out of one of the funds for construction that's set aside. So this $700,000, so we have done probably 3 cash jobs. This is cash. And this money is only available through development. So, we have $1.8 million in it right now, so that would drop us to $1.1 million in round figures. So, anyway, I just wanted to make it clear on that.
When you say available for development, what's that? You said this is available.
Oh, so excise tax is only paid, and we collect excise tax when a developer develops a piece of property. It's 15.8 cents a square foot is what they pay the city. So the last development was 80 acres. So I think you're probably talking about $400,000 or $500,000. I mean, I can give you an exact number into the coffer so that we could continue to pay cash to do jobs. So these are 2 projects. Webster was a cash project, and then we had a couple other little ones that we did with cash out of excise tax. And excise tax is also right now funding a bond. So this runs out. I mean, this is approximately $700,000. So you're talking about $6 million increase right here, the 700,000. So as it is, I mean, we're using round
You're
figures.
saying if we didn't have the excise tax?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we're trying to wrap it all in together for you guys.
Yep.
That's all I have to see.
Any other questions on that? For Mrs. Armstrong or Mr. Burton?
So I will just say staff recommends council authorize the transfer of $700,000 from the excise tax fund to the capital improvement infrastructure fund.
There's no further questions. I entertain a motion.
I move to approve the transfer of $700,000 from the excise tax fund to the capital improvements infrastructure fund.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I
Motion carries 5-0-0. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a point of order on the next item.
Yes, ma'am.
It'll be named probably 17A, because there was already an item 18 and 19 when we added that at the beginning.
Okay.
So we may want to call this 17A, and then the next item will be 17B, which was the original number 3,
Okay.
if that's okay. Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, next item on the agenda is discussing the Evergy thing, and Mr. Burton, I believe this is you as well. It was added.
Yes, so the lift station down at Quick Trip, there was discussion with Evergy some time ago. Anyway, long story short is we had to pay them 17,000. I don't know exactly what it is, Mayor. I'm sorry, I don't have that sheet in front of me.
Right around.
Right around 17,000 to be connected. And for them to do it in a timely manner, we had to pay them now. So what we did is we contact the mayor, and then 2 or 3 of us looked at it and authorized a payment of that. So, typically, and you understand, we do not do this, but we definitely wanted to bring it to you, go through the process correctly, answer any questions, and tell you that this is something we had to do.
And it was to keep, partially just to keep them on progress
Oh,
with Quick
sure.
Trip and
Yeah,
keep,
they-
not delay any construction things for them.
Yes.
This was not unanticipated, it was just a time frame not
Well-
hitting the meetings.
Well, no, it was really not anticipated.
Oh, okay.
In the talks, the initial talks with them, is that all this could be in conjunction with what Quick Trip had to bring to the table. You know, Quick Trip had to get power there and all this. So it kind of evolved in, no, we're not gonna do this unless you pay us 17,000, so. And one of the other problems that we had, I'm kind of stubborn. I'm like, well, we'll run off a generator for a while until we can, well, we can't even take possession of a generator for another 7 weeks or something. So, cause I was just gonna
Supply chain.
generate it and then go back and try and negotiate it. But probably wouldn't have gotten anywhere, but it would have at least sent a signal. So that's what we had to do.
Do we have a dollar amount for the motion, or do you need the dollar?
Yes, the mayor has it there.
Oh, okay.
It is.
17. I gave you the sheet.
Yep,
That's what I did. There you go.
trying to find the exact dollar amount. Yes, there you go. $17,755. Thank you. Any other questions, discussion?
No.
If not, I entertain a motion.
I move to approve payment of the bill for Evergy in the amount of $17,755.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any questions or further discussion? If not, those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0-0. Next item on the agenda is the one that we moved. And that was number 3 originally. And that's consider approval of special event fishing derby, Veterans Park, Spring Hill Recreation Commission. And Ms. Garrett, you have the floor.
Thank you. The Spring Hill Recreation Commission is sponsoring a fishing derby at Veterans Park, and it is scheduled for June 4th from 9 a.m. to noon. And it is going to be held on city property, therefore requires it to have a special event permit. The applicant did submit all the required documents to the city clerk's office. This is an annual event for the community sponsored by the Spring Hill Rec Commission. The Spring Hill Streets, Parks Division, Police Department, Community Development reviewed the documents and have no issues to report. Johnson County Fire District Number 1 reviewed the documents and requested that on the site plan, they showed the red lines that say no parking where red line is indicated. The fire district did state that they want the no parking area maintained during the event to allow for the potential emergency access. Parking is available in the Veterans Park parking lot. City services requested were that the park area's grass be mowed before the event and the trash be picked up before the event and the restrooms remain open for the guest. The city risk manager reported that the insurance requirements have been met for this event. Staff requests that the city council approve the special event permit for the fishing derby to be held on Saturday, June 4th, 2022 at Veterans Park from 9 a.m. to noon. And I open the floor for any questions.
Any questions?
No.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to take my headphones off and recuse myself for the vote. I'll plan on putting them back on in a couple of minutes, or someone can text me when I'm back in.
All right, thank you. With that, I entertain a motion.
I move to approve the special event permit for the fishing derby at Veterans Park by Spring Hill Rec Commission.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0-1.
Thank you.
Can I request a break before we get into this?
I'll text Brian.
I'm doing it right now.
Okay, you got it, Brian. I entertain I entertain a motion to, or I'm going to entertain a motion to take a real quick 5-minute break. There's a few that might need to use the restroom, so I entertain a motion if somebody wants to make that motion.
Move to take a break for 5 minutes?
Yeah.
5 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Second.
I got a motion and a second.
Oh, yeah, unless it's motion.
Is there any further discussion? Not all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we'll meet back here in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Traffic with the high school there and.
Now we just have the discussion.
All right, guys, welcome back. We're gonna go ahead and get started again here. I guess we kind of need to entertain a motion to reconvene at 9:45, just to be official.
Okay.
Chuck said we should.
Oh, okay. I move we reconvene,
9:45.
reflecting at 9:45.
I don't think your
I
microphone's
think
on.
mic's off.
All right, go ahead.
I don't think Glenda's quite available.
Everybody ready?
I move we reconvene at 9:45 into the meeting.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. I don't assume there's any further discussion.
No.
All those in favor?
Yep.
Aye.
Our motion carries 5-0. 5-0, there it is. All right, next item on the list is discussion item, Police Department grants, and Chief Henson, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Try not to take too much more time, but I just wanted to discuss grants. They are a potential options that we have to try to add equipment and personnel to the police department. There are two grants that we're interested in and applying for. The first one is the COPS grant. This grant is used to add personnel. The reason why I bring this to your attention is because we have the chance, before we discuss the budget, I'm sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied late. The deadline is June 12th. So, and since we haven't had a chance to really talk about the 2023 budget, I need to bring this forward to have a discussion to see where your support may or may not be. While we haven't had, like I just said, while we haven't had the conversation about our budgets, we do need more officers. If received, grants can be a good resource, but unfortunately, not all grants are 100% funded, and this is one of those. COPS grant funds up to 75% of the approved entry-level salaries and fringe benefits, or up to $125,000 per officer in total over the course of 3 years. For, just so you can get an estimate, so for a PO2, just somebody who comes in with some experience, that equates to about $41,000 each year. For a sergeant, that equates to approximately $49,000 for the first 2 years and $25,000 for the third year. After the first 3 years, then the city has to fund it 100%. So what that means for the city is that our cost would be, over the course of 3 years, would be approximately $190,000 for an officer and $236,000 for a sergeant. To give another comparison, without the grant, the average cost to the city, and this includes salary plus benefits, medical, retirement, leave, and taxes, and this is an estimate, and I rounded up and down just to get close numbers. For an officer over the course of 3 years is about $303,000, or $101,000 per year for a PO2. And again, that's all of the benefits included, not just their base salary. For a sergeant, that's $351,000 for the 3 years. So you can see that there is a savings if we are with the grant, and if we were awarded the grant, would be a savings of $115,000 for a sergeant and $113,000 for an officer per position over the course of 3 years, in total for the 3 years. The other grant that we were looking at is the burn grant. This one is not yet open.
What did you call that again? I'm sorry.
Burn. This one is not open yet, but we're watching for it, and we believe it'll open sometime here in either June or July. And this is one that is typically used for equipment. I applied for this last year and we were not awarded it. And I'd like to try to apply for it again this year. But our request is going to involve updating our digital mobile equipment, which is our in-car cameras and our body camera. And this grant is 100% funded. So if we were to get it, it would fund that need. Again, there's no guarantee that we would get any of these grants. But before I submit any application, I kind of wanted to get a feel for where you were in support of a partially funded grant. The reason why is if we were to apply and get it and have to not accept it, it really pretty much ruins the chance of us ever getting another one.
Yeah.
So I would and plus, and I want to I want to recognize Captain Khan's work. He has spent weeks on gathering all the information needed to be able to put a good application together so that we have a good chance of getting the grant. But we compete against a lot of people. If you do support the application, my question would be is like your comfort level as to how many positions you would be comfortable for us submitting for. And just so that you know, and granted, this is very preliminary, and it may not even actually make it to your final decisions with the budget, but I am requesting or hoping to request 4 positions, 3 officers and 1 sergeant for 2023, just to give you an idea. Regarding funding sources, you know, the ARPA funds can be used to cover the city's costs. I realize there's a lot of competing needs for the city that you guys have to try to prioritize, and so I know it is not a very easy decision, and you may or not be able to even provide us any kind of direction, but that's what I'm hoping you will.
Any questions? Any discussion? What did you say the city would be on the hook for over 3 years for 1 officer? Our
Approximately
after the
our cost would be about $190,000
okay.
for 1 officer.
Okay, that's what I wrote down. I was just making sure I wrote it right. Thank you.
I think with being in the fastest
Chief,
growing
what's the,
city in Kansas, and with your recommendation, I think that's important to have safety for the city with the growth and the good work that our police officers do in the city. And thank you, Captain Khan, for all the research you did to figure out what the grants were that we could try to apply for.
Chief, what's the ballpark percentage, like over the full 3 years, that we'd get a discount, more or less? So if we were to get awarded for, let's just use 1 officer as an example, is it like we'd pay for about half over the 3 years, or pay for about 60%? Or because I know that 3rd year it drops down a little bit. It's basically trying to tier you into, finding over the 3 years a way to fund the new officer over that time period.
Well, it funds up to 75% or a total of $125,000. And so when you break that 125,000 over 3 years, that's what it turns out to be. So year 1 is our city contribution for an officer is 60,000. The grant is 40,000 plus some change, and then that goes up a couple thousand in year 2, goes up another $3,000 in year 3, and then by year 4 we're 100% funding the position.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens if they say that officer doesn't work out a year into it? Do you still get reimbursed that first year?
It's a position, so
It can go for any, if you fill it, then it still works that 2nd, 3rd year, okay.
What if we put in, let's just say we put in for 4 officers for the grant? Is it a yes or a no, or would they possibly like approve 2, like a partial grant, or is it just a yes or no, we approve it or not?
I'll ask the captain, since he actually got a grant similar to this at his former agency, and he might be able to answer that question.
Thank you guys both for your service, by the way. Appreciate you guys being here.
I have some hearing difficulties, so can you restate the question, please?
So with the grant process, let's say we submitted a grant wanting to get 4 officers, and then would they come back with us with a yes or no that we got the grant, or is there a possibility, let's say they only approved 2 officers, or is it just a yes or no?
So it's a yes or no on the grant. So if the grant's written for 4 positions, they would approve those 4 positions. Now, if we were going to fund 2 of them, then we would just let them know. They have a monitoring and tracking system that we do quarterly updates with them to let them know how we're using the money and what it's being used for. So if we put in for 4, it's going to be a yes or no.
Okay.
Is there a better likelihood if there's less, or does it just, whether you ask for 2 or 4, the likelihood's the same. I mean,
So yeah, do we have a better chance if we only submit for 2 versus if we go ahead and go for the full 4?
It's hard to speculate with that. A lot of these grant reviewers, what they want to see is that you put in the research work and actually do what they ask and follow the guidelines that they give you. So, I mean, I've seen departments that have applied for 25 positions and gotten all of them. I've seen departments that applied for 1 and gotten rejected. The strength of the application is usually in how it's written.
so it's more about how good you do.
Yes.
Visibility.
Yeah, it's hard to say. And different grants have different philosophies. You know, like a lot of times in park grants, you see that they try to spread it out to more projects versus the bigger, more expensive projects. But that might not be the case. It just depends on who's reviewing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're very subjective.
I think I'd be open to it. I don't know if we need to have more discussion around how many we do or how many we say to try for, but is it, if 4 is the gold number?
My recommendation is we don't put all the eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
Is that if we look for a grant, if you guys have a consensus that it would be supportive if we were awarded the grant, then I would probably go with 2 and then look for the other 2 through the budget process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and I
I
realize
like that plan a lot.
Oh, yeah, I think 2 was my initial thought of that. I think that we could support that in the long term.
I was just gonna mention that the burn project they talked about, obviously 100% funding, like, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I realize that's probably not why you're up here asking,
Yeah.
but.
No, I mean, but it's true. I mean, I did it last year, and it was my first time writing a grant. Apparently, I didn't do as well because they said no. So I'm going to delegate that to the captain this year, and hopefully we'll get a yes.
Pat, did you have something?
Yes, so if you do say, 2 officers with the, we're not through the budget process, and that just means that guarantees 2 positions there. It could just, devil's advocate, we could have to raise taxes, just so everyone is clear on it. That there may not be that funding. I mean, we could probably squeeze 1 year out, if we want to burn the ARPA funds and things of that nature. But I just want to be clear, and I talked to the chief about it, is you'll be approving 2 positions, and that to fund those 2 positions might have to be a use of funds that, or then following year, probably the raising of taxes, just so you know. I just want everything clear and out on the table.
Well, if we need
Chief
more officers,
spoke about
I mean, it's part of it. If we need more officers, we need them, right? So.
Quick comment, in terms of the cops grant, by the luck of the calendar, if it's submitted by the police department, with the consensus guidance, you will have the opportunity to get the grant approved by the city on the 9th. It's due on the 12th. So that's great. And the burn grant, which will come later in the year, is 100%, but you can't use it for generally, absent extraordinary circumstances, you can't use it for personnel at all.
But that would help fund the.
That can help equipment.
Offset.
Yeah.
It could help offset some of the city's expenses for his equipment. And
For all the new
For,
officers.
yes, for
Yeah, exactly.
yes. Yep. And I will be happy to help you with those. We've been working on burn grants for a long time. So hopefully I can be of assistance to you on those. The cops grant, I have less experience with.
And as Ms. Ross stated, I think the burn grant is pretty, I mean, if it's 100% funded, I think that's a no-brainer for all of us. And my recommendation would be 2 officers on the other one, but I'll leave it open to any other discussions or recommendations on that.
I do want to say that we will not know whether we will earn the award probably until the fall, which will be after
Budget process.
after the budget process, so.
Yeah, they haven't, in the past, when they started changing the release dates for this grant to June, they've been giving the awards, or notifying of the awards around September, October.
in the budget process, we would look at it as this is an approval for two officers or however many the governing body decides to look at for the granting process. So we would have to.
Yeah.
in the budget.
And on that granting process, once let's say we do get approval, how immediate does that take into effect?
You get the money right away.
Yeah, is there a payout?
Yeah, is there a payout period? Is there a delay?
That depends on the hiring. So when we've got the qualified positions filled, they can stagger that. So let's say that we're able to fill one immediately. We can start using the funding then.
Yeah.
If 3-4 months down the road, we find a second, then we can start using those funds then. Or if we hire both together, we can start using the funds immediately.
Okay.
It's not the same idea as the ARP funds, but it's similar in that you have a time period that you can use it for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in our process, we would want to start hiring. Our hiring process takes at minimum 3 months, generally about 6 months. So depending on when we start that process would be when we would start using the money.
And what'd you say the sunset on that? What is it? A couple years on using those funds?
Like to get the first position?
It can be a couple of years. You can ask for extensions. Normally they want you to use it as
Obviously,
quickly
yeah.
as possible because the idea behind it is saying, you need to increase your staffing and this is the way to do it. But they're amenable to changes.
And we don't need to take an official vote on
No,
this,
just looking for a
correct? Just kind of a
consensus, right?
consensus.
Guidance.
Give me some direction.
I think,
What do you guys think?
I think everybody,
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably.
Good job. So you take
I
initiative
think-
on the grants, that's good job.
I think the two would be smart too.
Well, and I think Ms. North already said it, we're growing, like, we need
Yeah, we need,
to have staff to support that growth, and if you're requesting 4, I don't think 2 is unreasonable to submit.
Yeah.
yeah, get them.
So one last question would be between officer and sergeant. We desperately need more supervision, and a sergeant would be one of the 2 that I would like to have submitted on that, if that is something that's reasonable to you all.
That's what I thought too, is one sergeant.
each.
I think so. I think that sounds.
Then we get a little bit more for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is a discussion item for Rural Water District Number 2, water supply contract rates. And that is Mr. Burton. Once again, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, we purchase our water through Rural Water District Number 2 and then resell it. So the contract is coming due with the agreement. And right now, when I first received it, there was quite a large increase because, really no one had been talking to them and, gone through a lot of different people and all. So anyway, in speaking with Jerry, and he has sent this letter that bottom line is our rates would increase 50 cents per thousand. And we would, we'll look at the rates and here before long anyway and come back with a rate, our own little rate studying to see what we're gonna have to increase sewer and water, as well as a lot of other fees to, for budgetary purposes. So this we know, obviously we have to increase 50 cents on water. But basically what I'm asking for is, can we go ahead and negotiate out a 10-year agreement for water?
And they did initially come with double that.
Yeah, it was, 1.5.
1.5, yeah, so a little over double that is what they initially came to us requesting. And so
Yeah,
Pat was
just
able to
contract
negotiate it
them,
down to 50 cents.
And and they're reasonable about it. They, I don't know if you've been out there, it's always nice to go out there. They're adding on to it, it's a good facility. And they always work well with us.
Deals, yeah.
Hillsdale, that's correct, yes. Right before the dam, you just go right and it's on the west side. Mhm. And anytime, if you want a tour and all, just, reach out to Ashley and Ashley can get it set up for you. So, just, we can work on it, get an agreement back if that's acceptable with you guys. And at the same time, then hopefully we'll be able to have some additional rate figures for you, on at least the water. So.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we're good. Yeah.
That's all I
so go
need.
ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will move on to announcements and reports. I want to thank you guys. I don't really have any announcements on my end. Just want to thank you guys for sticking to it through a long meeting. That's all I really have. Ms. Roth?
Yeah, I wanted to echo, it was a very lively week, with a lot of discussions and conversations, and I was just, I'm very pleased with, the way those conversations went, and I thought that was a great example of how, the city should interact with, the community, and I thought it was, positive, in the way both sides were conducting themselves, so I was pleased to see that.
I did want to say real quick, I wanted to, and I echo her sentiment on that, but I also want to congratulate all the kids that graduating body of 2022. One of them including my oldest daughter. So I want to say congrats to all those. That's definitely a big accomplishment, and wish the best for them and their future and everything. With that, Mr. Van Houten.
I just echo the process that took place tonight. And also, I think for what it's worth, Pat's bringing us good stuff here. So, I think we send stuff back. There's new people, you've been directed to go one way. And so I think you're doing a heck of a job. I think it's just the process of, things change. The community has grown around certain parcels that, so I think I think the process worked pretty well this time. So that's it.
Mr. Peel?
Hopefully you guys approved the fishing derby. I haven't listened to that yet. I'll go back at some point and do that. But I want to encourage the community to go out and participate in that. It's an annual event that my employer puts on each year. It's out at Veterans Park, which is a great venue for it. This will be the second year that it's been there. We usually get really good weather, which I probably just jinxed, so I apologize for that. But always a really good event, and it's free fishing weekend that weekend across the state, so you do not have to have a license to fish that weekend or in this event.
Mr. Young.
I don't have any announcements, but I had a question for Pat. Have we gotten any bids back on the road?
On Lincoln?
On everything that we kind of talked about in our work session?
Yes, Lincoln, we do have two. We were waiting on a third one. And I know Nuco was out there because they had a lot of questions. So we should have that to you. I would hope that I would have it the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, next week, hopefully.
And then the rest of them, we're still working with, Jackie's working with Vance Brothers and to try and get some chip and seal down this year because you have to schedule that a year ahead, but they're gonna try and fill this.
I was gonna say, I know Jackie, I probably could have asked you, but.
Yeah, we're working on 3 areas right now. We're gonna try to get the crack sealing done, and then we're trying to get the bids and the chip seal. We're looking at, I think we told you Maple Ridge and Sweetwater. And next week, we're hoping to do 223rd from Victory to 169, and that will be the third one. Those are the 3 that we're hoping to get in before it gets too warm to crack seal anymore, because you need at least 60, 90 days on it before or it'll bleed through 60 minimum. So we're working on it.
The other thing is also, Luann and I are looking through the budget to make sure that we can do those.
Yeah. I just want to make sure we're still moving forward on some of the stuff we talked about. Cool. I don't have anything else.
Ms. North?
I just want to say thanks to Pat too, because I know you do work really hard and I appreciate the things you do for Spring Hill.
Oh, thanks.
And we are
I don't
pro-growth.
Yeah, I don't take it personally, and we'll have different discussions, you know, that we try and, as far as myself, I try and do a balancing act with budget and all. Because, I mean, you guys are new and I don't think you have a grasp on the budget. I mean, it's easy to sit and say that you have a lot of money and, you know, that's what community development tries to do, is a balancing act on trying to get more funding for the community so that we can do cash projects. But no, I don't take anything personally. You know, if you want growth, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine. I mean, I have to use your direction. I raise taxes, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine.
No, I think we do. Like you said, we did lose out some excise tax tonight, but, you know, at the end of the day, we're just looking to make sure it's the right growth, so.
Sure.
I wanna keep looking at them. I don't wanna stop completely. That's not what I was looking for either, so I know that was kind of a question you had earlier, but
Yeah.
I just wanna I think we're both just saying, yeah, we like what you're bringing, just keep I mean.
Yeah,
let's
I
talk
think
about
we
it.
all can agree that we want to grow. We just want to grow the right way.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Just not that thick in that area.
And that's fine. I just want I want you to know also that we are being watched by all corporate. I received a text from a corporate right there and, you know, it was just wow. So, you know, and I'll share that stuff with you.
Yeah.
Like I said, I will just do what we're directed to do, so, thank you.
Ms. Garrity?
No report.
Mrs. Armstrong?
No report.
Mr. Burton?
No report.
Mr. Dunley?
No report.
Chief Henson?
No report.
Mrs. Jones?
Just a quick announcement that open enrollment has kicked off with some materials going out to the employees, and we have our first virtual meeting tomorrow, so it'll be interesting to see as we go through the next couple of weeks of what the employees decide to do with the new change in contribution, so.
Pretty much only one,
Oh, Mr. Messer?
yeah, only one more thing to add. The Aquatic Center, Saturday is open, weather permitting. Had a few bumps in the road, but the slides, I'm sorry? Sunday, the 29th, right?
Yeah, you said that.
The 29th? Anyway, it opens this weekend. Everybody knows but me, but we've had a few bumps in the road on it. And we did get the pumps running, so the slide's working. Everything's working this year.
Great. Perfect. My kids are excited. All right.
Oh. Well, you know.
With that, I entertain a motion to move into executive session. Oh,
Second?
28th.
No.
Exactly.
We gotta make a
we
motion.
didn't make a motion.
I'm getting there.
and we do have
long?
4 of them today.
How long?
We need about 30 minutes on the first one. We could be here for a while, guys.
On the first one, it's 30 minutes, and it's in your packet.
Yeah.
Please allow enough time for everyone to make it back, including any,
35?
no, not extending the time.
Oh.
Picking
Yes.
setting the time, not the minute we leave here, but
Yeah.
once we get there,
So,
if that makes sense. Because we're also getting someone on the phone.
Sure.
Yeah.
So let's see, you wanna go in at 15? Does that give enough time? 10, 15?
I don't know, Mr. Burton,
So give yourself.
I would say
start
more than
10,
2 minutes.
18.
I
Go
would
to
say
10,
like
18.
start at 20.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. I move the city council recess an executive session for 30 minutes to receive advice of counsel regarding contract negotiations pursuant to the attorney-client privilege exception of KSA 75-4319B2 of Kansas Open Meetings Act. The open meeting will resume in the city council chambers at, so we'll go into session at
10:20.
10:20
So 10:50.
and be out at 10:50. No formal action is anticipated following the session. Persons to be in attendance are the following: F. Charles Dunley, City Attorney; Patrick Burton, Interim City Administrator; Tyler Ellsworth, Kutak Rock; Ben Hart, Baker Tilly; Luann Armstrong, Finance Director; and Amy Long, Administrative Assistant.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0-0. Thank you, guys. We'll see you shortly.
Do you expect any action after the executive session?
No. No. No.
back there?
No, they shouldn't.
I'm sorry.
All right, I'm gonna jump right back into this pretty quick since it's getting pretty late. Let the record reflect that the governing body reconvened into open session or open meeting at 10:50 PM. No votes were taken or decisions made during the executive session. The discussion was limited to the subject stated. And now I entertain a motion to reconvene into executive session number 2.
Do we need a break to transition?
I don't think
No.
so.
I move the city council recess into executive session for 5 minutes to receive advice on council regarding potential litigation pursuant to the attorney-client privilege exception of KSA 75-4319B2 of the Kansas Open Meetings Act. Open meeting will resume in the council chambers at 10:54, 53? Oh, I'm sorry, it was 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, 56.
I'm sorry, 56. No formal action is anticipated following the session. Persons to be in attendance for the following: F. Charles Dunley, City Attorney, and Patrick Burton, Interim City Administrator.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Brian's still here?
No, he's on.
No, okay, he's on.
So
Okay.
use that as.
Carries 4-0.
Seconded that?
Just.
Who seconded that?
Okay, thank you.
Motion carries 4-0 because we don't have Brian in here. All right. Were we 10:56? Is that what we said?
Yeah.
Let the record reflect that the governing body reconvened in an open meeting at 10:56 p.m. No votes were taken or decisions made during executive session. The discussion was limited to the subject stated. Now I entertain a motion to go into executive session number 3.
Second?
Oh,
Oh, she's gotta make a motion.
I move the city council recess into executive session for 10 minutes to receive advice of council regarding ongoing litigation pursuant to the attorney-client privilege exception of KSA 75-4319B2 to the Kansas Open Meetings Act. The open meeting will resume in the city chambers at 11:07.
Yep.
No formal action is anticipated following the session. Persons to be in attendance are the following: F. Charles Dunley, City Attorney, and Patrick Burton, Interim City Administrator.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. See you in a few minutes.
Keep going back and forth. And Chip,
I know, it's too funny.
I guess you're waiting on me, aren't you?
So, I feel like, you know, when there's a ball and somebody reaches out to pick it up.
It was hot in here when everybody, it was. She even took her jacket off. Oh, he was hot? Yeah. He's the first one man.
Oh, that's not a bad idea, actually. 'Cause even like after we turned it down, he was like, it's still so hot. So I brought him 2 waters because I knew he would like need some. The little baby waters aren't good. Baby waters. Oh.
No, you ought to go see that, what they call it, the candlelight.
Oh, really?
They have like.
At Fort
Yeah,
Scott?
yeah, they have scenes and plays, historic reenactments at different parts of the station. And then they take candles and lanterns, regular wooden lantern, candle lanterns, just the time very correct. We would put them all up down the stairwell, all around them. And that's the only light in the whole place was these candles. And they might have a scene out on the parade ground or something that would have happened out, you know, wounded soldiers talking. It's pretty neat. It's the first week in December. And they do
Oh, really? Oh, cool.
And it's pretty awesome.
I'm sure it is.
I got the biggest thing is we would sit there and do it and it would be over about 11 o'clock and then we'd have to go pick all the candle lanterns up.
Oh, my.
And then more than once I spent the night changing out, putting new candles in there because all the candles had been burned down. Not even for the little steel, right? Not even for the little video.
You do you, Jackie.
They are a handful. Australian Shepherd Collie mix.
Oh, you crazy?
Yeah. They got where to that other guy. It's so funny, they'll sit there and they'll play and chase and roll around for about an hour. You will find a place to go to sleep for 2 or 3 hours and then up again. Whoever raised them must not have wore long pants, must have only wore shorts because they're fascinated with these pants. I mean, I got one hanging on each leg. Keep telling her, actually, I'm gonna bring them where she can see them.
Oh, the puppies?
Yeah. The fur on them is so soft right now.
Oh, I could really use a puppy.
And their teeth are so
Sharp.
Yeah.
And they like this Fitbit, they wanna chew it off my arm. Every time they see it, I say,
Got in your pants.
"Okay, my pants." I'm gonna figure out how to get them up here one day to run around in the building. I'll turn them loose.
I mean, I'll babysit them all day, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'll turn them loose
Calm
in
down.
planning and zoning.
Calm down, slash doggy daycare.
Oops.
Oh, this is 30. 11:07 we had. That's what we said, actually.
Ooh.
All right, welcome back, guys. Let the record reflect that the governing body reconvened into open meeting at 11:07 p.m. No votes were taken or decisions made during the executive session. The discussion was limited to the subject stated. And we will entertain a motion to go into the final executive session number 4. That one is for 30 minutes.
You may add a little bit because Chuck went to the bathroom.
Maybe add 2 minutes for, oh, he's just now going. Maybe add 5 minutes for a restroom break for Chuck.
We're going in at
11:11 and
13.
so 11:41.
Yep.
I've got 11:13 to 11:43. Is that okay?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Sound good to me.
I move the city council recess into executive session for 30 minutes to discuss personal matters of the non-elected personnel regarding appointed officer candidate interview pursuant to the non-elected personnel exception KSA 75-4319B1 of the Kansas Open Meetings Act. The open meeting will resume, with a short break. We'll go into that executive session at 11:13 and we'll be back in chambers at 11:43. No formal action is anticipated following the session.
Second.
Got a motion to second. Is there any further discussion? Not all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0-0. All right. Let the record reflect that the governing body reconvened in open meeting at 11:44 p.m. No votes were taken or decisions made during the executive session. This discussion was limited to the subject stated, and I entertain a motion to extend the executive session.
I move to extend the executive session for 15 minutes. The open meeting will resume in the council chambers at midnight.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Not all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0-0.
A real quick 2 hours.
Chief was I have that.
That's what I.
Nobody's getting 8 hours.
All right, let the record reflect that the governing body reconvened into open meeting at 12 a.m. There's not an AM section on here, there's only a PM.
That is
No votes were
presumptuous.
taken or decisions made during the executive session. The discussion was limited to the subject stated. I move to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Yeah.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Nope.
If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0-0.
Rock and roll.
Good night, everybody. Except for me.